Yo. Okay. Yo. Hello. What's up? How you doing, Radu? I'm doing good. How you doing, Lucas? What's up? Like, how you guys all doing? Lucas, Saints, Dark Soul. I like your name. How you guys doing? What's up? Welcome to the stream. Hello. This waiting screen is a vibe. I know. Really fancy art by Nahmevibe. I actually don't know how to pronounce that name. We can find the artist there. Nahmevibe. Really gorgeous art. Gorgeous. Good. How about you? I'm chillin'. Not much. Just the usual, you know. Let me hear that. Ooh. Alright. Hello, what's up, Mary? How you doing? I'm playing Bee Simulator. The fuck is a bee simulator? Is that a real game? Bee Simulator. Never heard of that before. Just woke up, but you? Well, not just woke up. It's 8 p.m. where I'm at right now. But was quite a, I wouldn't say busy day at work, but it's quite a busy day overall. So that's why I was a little bit late. Gotta deal with some IRL shit and stuff like that. But we here. Oh shit. We here, goddamn. How's you guys? How's your day? By the way, it is Wednesday, my dude. Halfway through the weekend. Oh shit. Hope it's been nice. Hope it's been well. If it's not so nice, keep going at it. We're almost there to the weekend. Oh my god. Bum 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 bum. Bum. I noticed one of your emotes I'm using on another channel got liked a lot, inspired them to do something the same. Ha! Huh. Guess which? Another of my emote that inspired them a lot? I would say either the raddtrap G or the what the fuck. But what the fuck is basically people what the fuck. Or Schmoll. I see a lot of people like those three. Or Fack. But that's also very it's also a parody of pop epic. Got something for you? What's that? What's that? Oh my god, another doing your mom. Love. Remember sliding challenges in Rayman 3? That's basically Bee Simulator. Ah, okay. What the fuck? Also, a new skill up video. Video, remind me again later as usual. We'll do some videos after drawing. None of them? Okay. Which one then? That's interesting. There's no way Leleld inspired them. That emote's so absurd. This? Oh, okay. Interesting. The huh? Okay, I can see that. I can see that. That's also a parody of, if you guys don't know, that's a parody of the Tom confused face from Tom and Jerry. It's a pretty well known meme. In many channels? Nice. That's cool, that's cool. I want to see more. I want to see more of those emote. Hey yo, what's up, Panda? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. But only one has this. Disgusted. What's up, you? How you doing?
Putang ina!
Oh!
Si Optimum Prime! Ina ni Optimum Prime!
It's me Mario, hello.
It's me, Jenny. Oh my god. With the 13 months sub. Let me resub. God damn. Thank you so much, Jenny. How you doing? What's up, what's up? Appreciate it. Much love, much love. How you doing? Si Optimum Prime, Beb. Si Optimum Prime to. God damn, more than a year already. What the fuck? Exactly. It's insane. It baffles me sometimes. Some of you guys have like been sub for more than a year. It's like, what the fuck? I've been streaming for longer than a year? What? Sometimes I didn't even realize. Like, goddamn, what the fuck? That's absurd, dude. It's insane. He's insane. Optimum Prime. You know what's Prime? Twitch Prime. Use it on Rad. Exactly. Or any streamers you want. You can get a fucking Twitch Prime sub for free. Oh my god. That's insane. You can also use it on Nioh. Isn't that crazy, dude? Oh my god. You make me feel old, but you're also often the only reason I don't go to sleep. Wait, what? Why? Like, since you're from EU, right now it should be around 4 p.m. 3 to 4 p.m. for you, right? And I always end my stream around 1 to 2 a.m., which is like 8 to 9 p.m. I think, I don't know. I forgot how time zone works. I'm assuming that's how it works. Oh, what the fuck? Right? Time zone's so confusing, dude. I even have fucking web extension on my browser for calculating time zone real quick. It's that annoying. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. It's 4 p.m. now. Yeah, exactly. Dun, 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 dun. Exactly, man. Exactly. Jesus, this song. By the way, chat, I heard some pretty interesting news yesterday about the fucking PlayStation stuff. I haven't checked it out though, on purpose, because I want to check it out on stream. We'll check it out later. But is it any good? Is it any good? Has anyone checked out the PlayStation Plus thingy thing? I wonder if it's actually any good. I'm assuming it's not. Oh no. I mean, I don't know. I haven't checked it out. Oh no. I don't think they're gonna do anything related to PC, which I was, I mean, obviously, because I thought the only way for them to compete with Microsoft is to, make PS game available to PC audience. That's why Xbox Game Pass was so fucking huge, right? But I don't think they're gonna do that, obviously. I feel like that's just gonna make Microsoft even richer. I'm assuming if you want to put your game on, I mean, not game. Well, actually, I don't know how it works. If you wanna, let's say if Sony want to release PlayStation Plus, like some kind of an Xbox Game Pass on PC, do they have to pay Microsoft for it? Or how does that work? Actually, I don't understand. I don't think so, right? Because technically, they just putting a fucking what's the word? Putting a fucking blah, 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 blah. You know, system. I mean, software. So I'm assuming you don't have to pay for it. But again, who knows? Maybe that's not how it works. Dude, imagine if I can play. Imagine as a PC gamer, you can play every game that's available, but you know, in PlayStation for subscription service. Ooh, that would be so amazing. Holy shit. But then again, I think that's gonna go against their goal, as they want to, you know, sell their fucking console. Obviously. Game Pass includes that Gold and EA Play for one price, as well as first-party games day one. So I don't think Sony has a chance competing it. You can beat your kidney. Sony will still charge for PS Plus separately. I don't think so. Considering, you know, Microsoft is their direct competition, they should make PS Plus seems very, you know, holy shit, that's such a good deal type of thing. Obviously. If not, they're not gonna get customer. So I'm assuming PS Plus, you're still gonna get it in the PS, the new. I mean, it's called a brand new PS Plus. It's actually just a PS Plus, but revamped. Basically, this whole thing. I think. Again, I haven't checked it out, so I don't know much about it. I do not know. I would guess it's probably gonna have like some kind of a, what do you call it? Different version. Like, you know, Xbox Game Pass have Xbox Game Pass and Game Pass Ultimate. Right? So I'm assuming it only makes sense that they make PS Plus and then PS Plus their own version of Ultimate. I'm assuming it's probably gonna be called PS Plus Platinum or PS Plus Deluxe. That's usually how Sony named themselves, kind of thing. It's a little bit more exclusive sounding. Sony really like to name things a little bit more luxury. Their naming method is always so luxurious. Which is kind of fair. Even their devices all feels luxury. Like the PS5. PS Plus. But I'm just coping. I'm gonna be honest. I just want to play Bloodborne on PC, man. Or at least remaster it or remake it on fucking PS5. That seems fair. If they have a contract to not bring Bloodborne outside of the Sony devices, bring it to fucking PS5. Like, no one's gonna buy PS3 just to play Bloodborne. You feel me? I mean PS4, sorry. I mean that's the reason why. I mean maybe there are some people, I don't know. But you know, that's the main reason why Demon Souls got remade. But that's also because Demon Souls old as shit, I guess. Which is fair. I wonder if PS5 still have stock issue. Like, do people still scalp PS5? I don't think so, right? I think people start moving on from PS5. Scalping usually is only a thing for like the first couple months of a release. But it's still shit. Like, it shouldn't be a thing in the first place. But then again, can you really blame an opportunist? Right? Scalpers just see opportunity to make money quick. Which is, you know, it's not illegal, but it's just kind of scammy. I mean, scummy. It's like, you know, taking advantage of other people's. But it's not illegal, so. Actually, is scalping illegal or not? I guess in some country it kind of is. I don't know, man. Actually, never heard of scalping until fucking PS5 got the issue. Air. Nope, still hard to get. Damn. That's kind of sad. Doesn't really happen in my country, so it's all down to how much of an asshole they are. uh, true. Like I said, I cannot really blame them completely. Opportunists just seek opportunity. But yeah, there's a little bit of morality there. It's a little bit of questioning of a morality. But then, you know, some people are like, who cares? It's just a gaming consoles. Son, why is this such a big deal, son? Stop playing games. shit. Booty beep bop bop bum. Booty booty dum. I just kind of feel bad for gamers, like, who just started to game, like the past couple of years. Probably has been really fucking tough. Like, consoles getting scalp, GPUs getting scalp, everything's getting scalp, dude. Like, holy shit. I feel bad for people who, who just started to get into gaming. Like, they just cannot buy anything, basically. Everything they're trying to get is either super expensive or just not worth it. Like, unless you have shit ton of money to burn, right? Sure, who cares? Oh shit, I accidentally bumped. But if you're just some average Joe, fuck, man. I feel bad. Like, my brother was building his first PC like 2 years ago. So it's like at the peak of I wouldn't say peak, but like kind of peak of GPU scalping.
Snip, snap! Yeah. GPU price is going down actually, and it's going to be close to MSRP soon.
That is true. And also, thank you, Onsen, for for the men, for the months. Fuck, I was like, okay, god damn it, I messed it up. 40 fucking months. What the fuck? Huh? You're honestly, I feel like, I don't know, I might be wrong, but I feel like your sub is basically the age of this fucking channel. Jesus Christ. Onsen. Thank you so much. 40 fucking months. I swear to God, you no matter how many times you're gonna resub, that's still gonna fucking blow my mind every fucking time. Thank you so much, man. 40 fucking months. What the fuck? How you doing, by the way? What's up? How's your day going? Sheep Shat Lucas. Sheep Shat. Sheep Shat. Hmm. Whoa, shit. My God, sorry. Gotta stop burping.
Open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows, you dumb whore.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to you_Mitsu.
Anonymous. With a gifted sub. Oh my God, to Yua Mitsue. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Goddamn, goddamn. Dude, what the fuck, chat? I actually never thought I would keep this fucking 60 subs. Sub count. Reviewers, not even fucking half of it. You guys are fucking nuts. Go buy yourself something nice, chat. Alright? You guys deserve it. I swear. Hey, what's up, Mr. Warts? Wart X Warts. Mr. Wart? you doing? Oh
Putang
my
ina!
god.
Si Optimum Pride! Fucking inang yan, Optimum Pride.
Lucas_the_wolf gifted a tier 1 sub to Panda_cookie 501.
Lucas!
Lucas_the_wolf gifted a tier
Wait, what
1
the
sub
fuck
to
is that?
Chili Vibes.
Boost this stream? What the fuck is a boost stream? Is that new? Is it the same? Wait, what? Help raddtrap get discovered with Boost. Boost recommend this stream to new viewers across Twitch to help grow. Interesting. Another way of scam train. Completing level 2 requires combined support. Blah blah blah. Boost recommend this stream to new viewers across Twitch to help grow creator. That's new. I never heard of this. How the fuck does that work though? Do they just like email or fucking notify random viewers who never followed me like, yo, raddtrap guy just got a lot of subs. You gotta watch him. Like what? That's kind of interesting. So close to 69. Okay, chill. Calm down. You guys are fucking 69 jokes. Probably starting page? Actually, yeah, that makes sense. Scam train! Oh shit! Scam train. I haven't heard that for a while. Yeah, thank you, Lucas. 2 gifted sub. 2! Much love, man, much love. Congratulations, Panda and Chili. Chili's probably not here right now. He's probably hasn't awake or something. Thank you! Appreciate it. Much love, man. Oh my god. I just got 2 emails informing I have some relatives I don't know that wants to give me money. Totally not scam. I wonder if this is real or this definitely real. Oh my god. I remember that reminded me of something. Okay, this is this is some interesting story. And I'm pretty sure some of you guys can relate. So back in the high school, so I was probably around 15 or 16 years old by the time. I remember I was attending this some kind of a like a course thingy. Like, what do you call it in English? It's like a course place, like outside school. You go like a extra courses, you know, stuff like that. I don't know what it's called in English. Like, you know, schools. Usually, you know, if you're from Asia in general, you're probably related to this. Like, you know, your parents told you to attend this fucking extra courses outside school to get better scores and shit like that, especially if you're dumb as fuck like me. So I attended those stuffs, right? And I have I joined that with my friends as well from my class. It was like one of my group friends, and this happens like after the course, so it's already ended, and we were just chilling. I'm still waiting for my friends to get picked up. But you know, he got a personal driver or some shit like that. I was already riding a bike at the time, and I was just chilling, right? And then out of nowhere, he was just checking with his phone and shit like that. This is like still in the BlackBerry era. You guys remember BlackBerry? Yeah, that's a thing. So this is like around the BlackBerry era, and he was like, we were chilling, and he suddenly just like fucking jumped and screamed, and it was like, "Yo, rat!" He was like Pepe meltdown, IRL. It was like, oh shit, like, you know, he cannot stand still. It's like, yo, what the fuck? What's up? What's happening? And he told he told me, rat, I just won a 10 million rupiah. I was okay. Once again, you guys got to remember the context here was we were just some fucking high school, right? We were just in high school, you know, around the age where we just got to learn how to drive. We got our own phone and shit like that. Like I said, this is like fucking more than a decade ago. Well, a decade ago, basically. So, you know, teenage or underage back in the day doesn't get smartphone from the start. This is around the time where, you know, you have to be a little bit older to get your own phone, right? So, you know, those scamming thing was not that familiar for us, right? So that's the context here. Unlike now, kids nowadays who got their fucking iPhone X immediately as they just got fucking born, right? And I didn't really think about it at first. I was like, wait, what? What the fuck? I was like, I was confused and shit. I was like, I don't get it. Because, you know, I never really thought about it. And I was like, oh shit. Congrats, dude. That's pretty cool. Right? And he was like, yo, can you got your bike, right? Can you drive me to a nearby ATM? In the message, he told me to go to the ATM and follow the instruction. And he told me to call him again when at the ATM he's gonna transfer me the 10 million. I was like, what? Wait a fucking minute. Now, around this time, it started clicking on me. I was like, wait, who's gonna transfer again to him? What is going on here? At first I didn't know it was like some strangers. I thought it was like, you know, maybe his parents told him about it or some shit like that, right? I didn't quite understand. So I was like, okay, let's go to the ATM. So we drive. Even our you know, when we on the way to the ATM, he was so excited on my fucking bike. He was like, oh my god, Red! We can buy some shit, dude. I was like, okay, cool, man. And when we arrived there, right, we both get into the ATM. So the ATM is in the enclosed room, enclosed space, like around like a glass wall thingy, right? I don't know if you guys can relate to it. And he started calling the fucking guy, right, on the phone. And I told him, yo, before he called, I told him, can you call, but can you put it on loudspeaker? I want to hear as well. At this time, I was already a little bit suspicious. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Something's not right. And he's like, okay, sure. So he called. Now, everything's happening in Indonesian, right? It's not in English. Everything's happening in Indonesian language here, the conversation. I'm just telling you guys through English. Now, here's a little bit of context that you guys gotta remember. I was pretty good in English because I grew up with parents constantly teaching me how to speak English properly. But my friend does not. He's not that good, basically. Right? So, you gotta remember that. So, he called the guy. I was like, hello, sir. I'm at the ATM right now. What should I do? So dumb. I swear I did not make this up. And then the guy at the other call is like, oh, okay, cool. I'm so excited to give you guys give you this 10 million rupiah. By the way, that's like around 1,000 US dollar. So it's like, yeah, okay, now put your card in and then put the pin, right? You don't have to tell me the pin. You know, this is honest work. You put the pin in, okay, and then you go to oh wait. In an Indonesian ATM, you can choose a language. Indonesian or English. And he told him, you have to choose English language. Okay, sir, this will not work in Indonesian. Choose English, very important. I was like, what? Wait, what the fuck is going on here? He was like, okay, he's just doing it, dude. Like I said, I didn't do shit here. I was just like listening. I was just suspicious, right? I was like, okay. He didn't hesitate. My friend did not fucking hesitate. He's like, choose English. And then he said, choose other transaction. And choose transfer. And at that point, my brain was like, ding dong, scam alert, ding dong. And immediately, before he input the fucking amount, he gets told to put the fucking 10 million into the fucking ATM to transfer. And I told him, because we're in the loudspeaker, I didn't say anything. I hold his fucking hand and do a fucking that gesture, the fucking shush, and just like, cut the fucking phone, shut it up, just cut it, just shut the fuck, cut it, dude. Oh, I feel so bad. I feel so bad doing it because my friend was genuinely excited. That's a sad part about this. He was genuinely thought he's gonna get fucking 10 million, dude. I was like, oh man, how do I do this? There's no other way. I just have to put it, you know, before he got fucking scammed for real. I was so fucking glad that I was there. Because I gotta feel like he might actually get scammed if he was just like nodding and shit like that. You know what I mean? Perfect Grushers, alright, dude. And I just like, he shut the phone. We get out of the fucking ATM and I told him everything. I was like, yeah, dude, how do I say this? You just got scammed. But not really. I kind of stopped the fucking scam. It's like, what? No, Rad. He was about to give me 10 million. I was like, oh man. What the fuck? I feel so fucking bad. I'm actually so grateful that I was still there, waiting for his mom to pick him up. If he was alone, dude, I swear to God, he probably gonna fucking jog, gonna sprint into a fucking ATM by himself, and just do it, and he fucking lost 10 million rupiah, which is $1,000. Like, goddamn. Yeah, it's really an easy scam, but like I said, we were just some high schooler. He happened to be quite of a rich kid, right? So he got some extra money. Like he's one of that kid, you know, in your school that have the latest iPhone, or at the time it was BlackBerry. You got the latest updated BlackBerry, whatever the fuck it's called. So it was, yeah, it was. Yeah, I explained to him, it was like, he was in disbelief for like the first couple of minutes. Like, no, there's no way. It was legit, Rad. I just told him, nah, dude, I'm sorry, man. I just got scammed, bro. Oh man. But it kind of made me realize from that moment. It kind of made me realize that it's so fucking easy to scam people. Like, you know, if you just find the right person to scam, it's so easy to scam, dude. It's crazy. You might think, oh, this guy's only can scam like old people or some shit. No, there's some other method to do it, man. It's crazy. I swear. It's baffles. I don't know if those kind of scams are common for you guys as well, but it's pretty common here. The phone call scam. Sadly. I feel like it's pretty common in like a third world country thingy. But yeah, that was the fucking life lesson story that I learned in high school. Even educated people fall for them? Yeah. So, like, one thing that I realized was that I thought about it because I was not the one who win, right? I gained suspicious because I was not filled with euphoria. My friend was already filled with it. He got blind. He forgot. Like it just his brain just like disconnected the moment he realized he just win that quote unquote those $1,000,000. Like goddamn man, what the fuck? It's pretty fucking crazy. I wonder if those kind of things still going on nowadays. Considering there's, you know, I'm assuming most people have been more educated, especially if you grow up with technologies, which nowadays a lot of people are. At least the youngsters. If not, I mean, especially old peeps, boomers, right? You guys gotta watch them, chat. Family members and shit like that. They're so prone to it. My grandpa, you know, my grandma. You know, yeah, man. You know what I mean? Technology made it easier to reach more people. That's also true. That's actually also true. Sadly. I don't know, man. Scammers are fucking nasty. Those people is it's kind of fucked up. Imagine scamming people for a living and be able to sleep at night. Like, Jesus. What the fuck, man? People are fucked up. Some people, man, some people. So, moral of the story, chat. I'm assuming everyone here in the chat is fucking smart. All raddtrap subs are fucking 5 heads, right? But you guys also have to be proactive about preventing it against other people. Because I feel like, you know, there's gotta be people around you that really prone to fucking scammers, dude. That you probably didn't realize. So, yeah. Like, I even have you know, relatives that was thinking about learning, getting into NFT because they got invited by this group to invest in their NFT project. I was like, no, dude, don't. I even gave them a fucking 1 hour talk through the phone about NFT and all that shit. Like, I understand some NFT can be actual legit, but most of them are not, unfortunately. NFT is actually the most popular scamming way nowadays. Like, sure, not all of them are scams, but most of them are. Actually. Like rug pulls, that's a scam, man. Rug pull scheme is a scam. Red, isn't your friend my dad by any
Which
chance?
scammed me every month, smile.
Okay, then shut up. Is your friend my dad by any chance? Just remember one day he rushed into my room, told me he wanted an iPhone, and showed me the most obvious scam ad in the history. Like I said, you know, it affect people that's a little bit uninformed or misinformed. It's either of those two. They either don't dwell enough in technology, or they just, you know, misinformed and get wrong infos about those shit. It happens, man. It happens. You guys pay for Discord emotes, you know, scams very well. What do you mean? Are you not? Discord emotes different, man. Discord emotes fucking rocks. Is that a scam? I think, right? Scams is when you pay something and you get nothing in return. That's a scam. I pay for the emotes, man. I pay to spam Hype E in Discord. To spam people with Cat Viking. Yes, Cat Viking is a really cool emote. Are you actually not sub to Discord, Nitro? Interesting. Discord has been implemented very deeply in my social life nowadays that, you know, I just kind of use it literally every day. This is the #1 social, quote-unquote, social network for me now. Do 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 do. Oh, what the fuck? Sorry. I'm also on Twitter and they don't have paywall file limits, so yeah. Well, obviously. Web-based with paywall, like, that's not gonna have a good... It's not the but it's not the right business move. Because people will assume pay website most of the time will have free limits. And Twitter's already got shit ton of money through ads. So they don't need to limit anything. Discord, on the other hand, they're more than just a social media. I actually have a group literally just for myself for storing literally art stuff. References, other artists that I really like that I, you know, I want to remember their username. to come back to a list of anatomy books and stuff like that. I put them in like my Drive, and some of them are Discord, just like for a quick peek. Twitter is really good for art, for sure. Twitter's my main serotonin boost for like hyping myself to draw. Every time I want to start drawing, I always look at Twitter and check out those amazing artists. But I would also say that Twitter is not the best place to socialize. Nuh-uh. Like if you try to make friends and stuff like that, it's gonna be really hard. Unless like you're already in a certain community. Sure. But making friends in Twitter is like, Jesus fucking Christ, that place is so toxic, dude. Twitter is no-go for socializing. Nuh-uh. Getting to know new people in terms of like their purpose, like art and stuff like that, sure. Getting to know people, period. You do not want to hang out on Twitter. Twitter people, eesh. Jesus Christ. Twitter is fucking nuts. Didn't expect blood. I still haven't seen that. Surprisingly, considering I'm an artist. I follow a shit ton of artist streamer. And you got one. What the fuck? You're the one who followed the wrong people. Making friends on Twitter is great if you live in an echo chamber with your two opinions. True. Holy shit. I'm not really slandering Twitter, but like, dude, Twitter have too much, I don't know. I think it happens ever since fucking Tumblr, you know, erase their or fucking restrict their 18 plus shit. All the people, I mean, I don't know, man. All the unwanted people got to this place. Like, on one time, I'm kind of glad because there are some really amazing, talented artists that use Tumblr primarily for their art, you know, showcase. And now they're on Twitter. Because I don't really use Tumblr that much. But at the same time, Tumblr is also filled with, you know what I mean? You know, those kind of people, you know, I don't really want to, you know. There's like a very specific kind of group of people that I don't like, you know. It's like Reddit. I enjoy Reddit so much. But Reddit also filled with those weird people. You know? So meanwhile, I see no art or tweet starting drama. I hit that not recommended me button. Oh yeah, you can do that as well. Alright. You can control your social media. You got blocked, you got unfollow. If you see some really dumb shit going on in your feed. I use it quite a while as well, because, you know, I realize some of the people that I followed is like, it's a little bit questionable, you know. You do that. My Twitter is 90% Japanese cat accounts, 10% is whatever Verdigris likes. Ah, I see you're a fan of Gris. I see, I see. I follow a shit ton of artists basically on Twitter. Like, if I open my Twitter immediately, there's just gotta be art. Right there and then. Twitter's not like my number one source of drawing motivation now. If I wanna draw, I got no motivation, open Twitter. Immediately, art, 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 art. It's nice. My second place is Pinterest. Pinterest is where I usually look into more specific things. I think for cat stuff, I tend to have more of those on Instagram. Because I feel like a lot of a cat, you know, people who post a lot of good cat stuff, usually they dwell more into the Instagram. Well, Twitter, I feel like it's more of a artist oriented. I know it might sound weird because, you know, a lot of people would assume that Instagram would have more art people, but I feel like, sure, on one side, sure, but on the other hand, I feel like Twitter have a little bit more freedom of showcasing your art compared to Instagram. Instagram's more of a, I feel like Instagram's more and more turning into TikTok nowadays. Like, I swear to God, the amount of fucking TikTok stuff in my Instagram is insane. Which is fine, but I'm not a big fan of it. I am not too big fan. I feel like I'm too old for a TikTok message. I don't find a lot of TikTok stuff funny or entertaining. But there's some that's actually really fucking hilarious. But most of the time they just become a YouTuber. So I'm chill. People change their minds in the 57 years it takes you? What do you mean? Whether we should be able to change sketch because you haven't started yet? No! It's already ready! What do you want to change anyway? What do you want to change? Dum 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 dum. I don't know, I want Leo and Ronnie's hat. Okay, I allow that. I like that. I actually like that. Wait a minute. I'm still making my subs emotes, right? Not sub emote, the sub badge. I could use Shmuel Leo wearing a Ronnie's hat. It's like a 1 year or 2 year sub. Ooh. I feel like a lot of people are gonna recognize it anyway. I'm excited to release it soon. I'm almost done with it. You guys are gonna see it, especially if you're around 1 year to 2 years. You gotta see your batch gonna look a lot more adorable soon. Adorable. I'm sorry. The fan artist really made Ronnie has huge badonkers. Yeah. I mean, on one side, I kind of understand because, because I feel like Ronnie's body, a doll body, is flat. And if they kind of want to draw Ronnie in a lewd way, it's gonna be a little bit more, you know, Ayo question mark, hello, 911 kind of thing. So to avoid that, the easiest way is to make a huge boop. Easy. Avoid FBI watch list for artists. Your question actually kind of makes me wonder how this real Ronnie looks like. Considering the Ronnie that we look is just basically just like she possessed a doll body. It's not her real body. So I guess we'll never know. Unless the DLC gonna be about something that happened during the war, the Shattering. Ooh, dude, imagine if Elden Ring have a DLC that brings you back when the Shattering is happening. Yo, you can see fucking Melania and Radon fucking having like Dragon Ball Z battle. Oh my god, that would be so fucking cool. Yo, what's up, Zippy? How you doing? They have. They have to. Dude, I never thought of it. They have to make a DLC about bringing it back when the Shattering is happening. Oh my god. She's almost the same tier as the one from Resident Evil. Oh, Jill? Yeah, I know what you mean. Peak performance Radon. Exactly. It's the Radon that Melania struggles with. Imagine that for a second. Holy shit. That would be so fucking sick, dude. Shit, this drawing's gonna be a little bit TOS. Probably gotta have to make her wear a towel or something. Hold up. Yabe. More curious why Melina has the exact same moveset as Black Knives and why she has protected by one before you fought Morgott. She was protected by one before you fight Morgott? What do you mean by that? For the reason why she has the exact movement, I wouldn't say exact, but she have like somewhat similar is because of the dagger. Black Knife Assassin's daggers and Melina's dagger, I forget what it's called. Both have the weapon arts or Ash of War that releases a wave of faith. The only difference is that Melina have the Earth Tree Golden Order thingy. Not real necessarily Golden Order, but it's just literally the power of the Earth Tree. And Black Knife have the power of the Cursed Fire. What's up, Pain? How you doing? She literally walks and backstep like them? Wait, really? I never see her backstep considering because you cannot really backstep Morgott. Did someone data mine her? And there was a Black Knife sitting at the door before the Grace where you meet her again. Oh! That. I feel like for that, it's not really about Melina, it's more about the two fingers because I feel like the Black Knife is essentially in control under the two fingers influence. Because that's the same reason why, again, a little bit spoiler, the Black Knives try to kill Ronnie and the gangs. Technically, they kinda successfully do it with Blythe and EG and Celavis, but not Ronnie. But, that's why the Black Knife's going after Ronnie, because Ronnie's trying to do something against the two fingers. And the two fingers trying to stop her from doing so. So that's why. At least in my based on my how things look so far, at least from my playthrough. Like remember when we got to the point to after we killed Blythe and Ronnie told us about how, you know, she does not like what the Two Fingers and the gang were going to do or what they're up to. So she's like, yeah, I'm not down with this. I want them dead kind of thing, stuff like that. Like I don't go with the whole ordeal and shit like that. Really wish Celavi's potion works. You can turn the Dung Eater into your puppet if you don't defile him and help Celavis instead. Ah, I didn't know that. Very damn good summon too. What wait, how do you summon him though? What do you summon him for? Since you know I didn't do the Dung Eater quest, so I don't know much about him either. Da-da, da-da. Ooh, this song slaps. Hold up. Let me add this to my beat. You buy him from Celavis as a summonable puppet? Oh, what the fuck? That's fucked up. Okay. I actually rejected Celavis immediately, almost. So I don't know much about him either. He's too much of an asshole that I don't really care to do his quest line. I'll just wait for lore story about him from Vati. The things that I still want to figure out is like you know, the mystery behind the origin of the order, the outer gods, aka the aliens, and the Two Fingers, and Three Fingers. Like we kind of understand the basis of them, but we don't really understand the origin of them. That what I really want to know. It's really freaky. He's a lot more friendly when you help him, but yeah, fuck him. Well, obviously. It's definitely gonna get a little bit more trustworthy with you if you're on his side. But it's too much of an asshole that I don't really care about him. He's like, you are one of the, Rani's bodyguard motherfucker. Blah, blah, blee, blee. Shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, it's so fucking annoying. Mercy! In short, the maidens don't like fingers. I mean, kind of depends. If we're talking about some maidens against it, some maidens just, do it for the sake of it. You guys gotta remember that the shattering happens literally hundreds of years ago. Maybe not shit ton, like maybe 100 or 200 for sure. But it's been happening for so fucking long. So the Elden Ring, the timeline in Elden Ring, this like everything that's happening in the game was already like everyone was like already getting used to it. Like it is what it is, kind of thing. I know Melina is scared of the 3 fingers because she can barely handle it. Okay, dude. Okay, man. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Also, after finding out about the fucking Frenzied Flame ending, dude, I need to see that. They have to. They have to make a DLC out of it. Not. I'm not saying that they haven't. I'm saying that they're probably already making it because, again, spoiler, that ending scene for the Frenzied Flame, the Melina, that is way too elaborate to not make a DLC out of it. Too elaborated. They put too much effort on that ending. 100%. It's for DLC. 100%. I just don't know how they're gonna do it because obviously the one that became the Frenzied Flame Lord is none other than us, the new Elden Lord. So, yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go. Maybe in the DLC we're gonna go to another universe where we're gonna fight this nameless Tarnish who became the Frenzied Flame. I'm assuming that would be the case. Considering in Crumbling Fazur Thingathing, the Dragon Island, the secret boss have the power to do, revert back in time. So that already letting us know that it's possible to do time reverse in the game. Calling it now every major ending gets their own DLC? Nah. No shot. Too many. There's too many of them. Well, if you only say major ending, there's only one, two, only two. The shattering, the shattered, the fractured ending, which is the default, and frenzied flame. Actually, no. The fractured is nothing. Ronnie's ending, the sun, the moon and the stars and moon ending. I don't think that's gonna get a DLC because I feel like that DLC, that ending is too much of a. That's it. Yeah, that's about it. Nothing bad happened technically on Ronnie's ending. If anything, everything just become even better. Technically speaking. So I'm assuming we only gonna get a DLC for Frenzy. I'm okay. You guys can clip this or whatever, or when the time comes. But we're gonna get Elden Ring DLC about the Frenzied Flame ending, and then the second one is not an ending DLC, but an ending where we can go back in time into the when the shattering happened. It's happening. We're gonna get thrown into the middle of when shit's going down. Oh my god! And we can fight Radon in his prime glory, and we can stop the fucking shattering, right? And we will get a reveal on like what actually happened, right? Like sure, we kind of figured out that Marika shattered the fucking thing and Radagon's trying to fix it and all that kind of bullshit, but it's all behind the scene. We don't know what exactly happened, right? Exactly, chat. Hopefully we'll get two DLC. Because Dark Souls 2 have 2 DLC. Dark Souls 3 have 2 DLC. Only Bloodborne have 1. And Dark Souls 1 also have 1, but you know, that doesn't count. And we got 15 FPS. Oh my god. Radon going to drop real meteors on you? Oh shit. Dude, I feel like in the prime time, Radon's gonna be our friend. If anything. Considering the history, Radon is basically the good guy. If you really think about it. Just Melania have her own agenda that causes them to fight. Radon's just trying to protect Kalit. Melania's infecting it. If we really think about it. Technically speaking. Right? If everything that we've learned so far is true, correct, from like, you know, from, what's his name again? Jarvi? Jarhi? Whatever the fuck his name is. The dude who started the festival. And Alexander, based on what he knows about Radon. He should be a good guy. He should be like, you know, that very loyal general to his people. He's basically the people's person. Girl, are you Melania? Because he chased me out of this world. Oh, shit. I'm gonna be better with you. But yeah, I'm excited, dude. I'm really excited. But I'm not gonna wait for it, because most DLC gonna happen at least 7 to 9 months later after the release. Like Dark Souls 3 first DLC, Ashes of Ariandel. Where is it? Ashes or Ring City first? Released like 6 to 7 months after the release of Dark Souls 3. So I'm not gonna wait for it. I just know it's gonna happen. Did you know Melania was voiced by Pippa Bennett Warner? Who? I don't know who's that. But whoever it is, Melania have such a good voice. A lot of a fucking character in the game have amazing voice acting. Like Melania, Melina is fucking amazing. Fucking Godfrey voice actor is also fucking sick. Who else got really sick voice acting? Selvey and Blythe actually pretty fucking iconic. They got the accent there. Oh, Hugh. Hugh, holy shit, dude. Hugh voice. Oh my god. Give me your weapon. Let's start smithing, eh? Amazing voice actors. All over. I actually hate Blythe's voice. Very disconnected from his looks. I feel like it's just trying not to go for the typical, you know, monstrous voice. Because, you know, I'm assuming you would guess Blythe's voice should be something like, Doing it for Princess Ronnie. You know, those fucking Russ husky voice, very deep, very battle scarred, like, you know, I will kill anyone and who's fucking up with my fucking princess. Like, you know. But I feel like, you know, considering he grew up with Ronnie and dude's pretty fucking chill. Yeah, you know, the works pretty fine actually. The voice works pretty fine. At least for me. Rykard's voice actor worked together. I remember. Oh shit. You, I guess you have no choice. You can join us to defeat the god together. Oh my god, wait, I actually want to hear it. Hold up. I forgot how fucking iconic his voice is. Such a fucking meme. Rykard. Hold up, let me show it. There it is. You, dude, this sounds very exhausting. Doing Rykard's voice. Very well. Very well. Oh my together. Join myself and King as remedy. Together we will devour by the god. Dude, it's actually exhausting. Holy shit. Whoever's doing his voice, holy. Thank God he doesn't have a shit ton of dialogue, dude. That's uncomfortable as fuck, I would guess. Together, we were devours. Holy shit. I'm exhausted doing it myself. Holy fuck. The guy gets eaten by serpent and gets eaten by his wife. I'm sensing a kink here. It's actually not quite. I don't really quite understand. You know, how did it come together? But I'm assuming the Great Serpent kind of like invites Rykard into like, yo, I got this mission. You want to join me? You know, eat the gods, shit like that. And Rykard just like, you know, a little bit greedy and was like, ooh, sounds fun. Become the conqueror of the world. Ooh. I'm assuming that's what happened. And again, I don't know. We don't quite. I don't know if I just missed a lot of it or what, but we don't really get a lot of information about him. Technically. Unless, I don't know, maybe does any of you guys do the fucking Volcano Manor questline? I actually didn't do it, so I don't know much about them. But I'm assuming that those questline in the Volcano Manor have so many lore into it regarding the origin of it. I was just not that. I don't really care about it that much, so I didn't really do it. You probably could have succeeded if you don't have the sword. Not really. You can actually. It's actually not that hard to kill him without the Serpent Hunter thingy. Like, a lot of my friends actually attempted to do it. Kay killed Rykard without the sword. She utilizes the fucking, because the dagger that she have poison. It inflicts a shit ton of damage over time. So that's doable. You just have to have a pretty good resistance with the fire. And he actually will struggle to try to hit you. Actually. Together, we will devour every ungodly. I'm actually the voice actor for Rykard. Yeah. Thank you for the subscribe. I might be able to do it actually. Together. Oh my god, dude, my throat. Jesus. Mm. Bum, bum, bum. Shit, it's already 10. We gotta do some gaming. Mm. Let me just finish this line art. Yeah. Damn. Katie looks pretty nice
To
with the
get
short
far
hair.
Ugandan brooder.
To get the. To get the. To get the. Together. Together. Oh my god, no way. Oh wait, I'm dumb. Is this Dead Mouse? It's not, what the fuck? Sounds like Dead Mouse. Dude, I draw so many short-haired girls that I kinda don't know how to draw long hair properly. Fuck. It's like okay-ish long hair is never proper long hair. Wow, wow. I think this is somewhat good. Okay. Together we will devour Yeah. Okay, I'll stop. It's actually fun to do his voice. Hum 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 hum. Okay, this song's way too much. Okay, that's more like it. Um. My perspective so shit. I do perspective, chat. How? What is perspective? Perspective who? Perspective these nuts? Oh shit. Do 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 do. Okay. I think we can let this bake for now. Damn. Clean line art? Not bad at all. I haven't done pretty decent line art for so long. I usually have a very messy. Actually, not bad. Huh? What's up, Panda? I left for a bit and I have these. Oh, yeah. You got gifted a sub by Humble Peeps in the chat. Congratulations! Enjoy your sub emotes. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Okay, let me do a little bit of a light color for the hair, and we're good. I'm so confused, but thanks if you give me this. It's from Lucas. Lucas gifted you a sub. Yes, sir. It's very nice. She's not here right now, though. We will devour the very own God. Can I get it out of my head? Shit. God damn it. I'm possessed by Rykart Monka Jiga. Help. Okay, this color's too deep. We'll do 90. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And lastly, borrow their colors real quick. Katie. She is. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Oh shit. I'ma draw your little cat. Oh, please do. Yes, please do. I do love fan arts of Leo. You can post it in Discord if you want to, or any place you want to. I want to see. I want to see. But please do. Please do. So glad. Rad, a game called Whisper Trip is releasing today. What the hell is that? Link me in a bit. I'm actually almost done with this. And link me the other stuff that you guys want me to check out. Okay. Wait. Oh shit. Never mind, the base game is already out and rated very poorly. I'm gonna check it out anyway. You can just check out their trailer or something. Right? Yo, what's up, Magma? How you doing? Okay, we're done. Oh shit, oh shit. Pretty poke shit. Oh, I forgot to color this one as well. How you doing, Magma? How you doing? I feel like the hair color's too bold. There we go. Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh my god. That's so big. Meow. Oh my god, we have so many cat emote. I so love it so much. Let's fucking go, dude. I live for that shit. Should I put it here instead? Nah. Alright, done. Let me upload to Twitter. Programmers. Actually, hold up. I just noticed something. Yeah. Sorry. No. Oh shit. There we go. Slight nudge. Barely change anything, but it's something. Trust me. Alright. Second one, good rating. Okay, hold up, yeah? On second, if you guys want to link me anything to check out, game, new trailer, new video, new something, link it in the chat right now because we're gonna check it out together. Together! Before we start gaming. Wap, 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 wap. Okay. Alright. There you go, chat. You guys want to see the fucking thing in HD? You guys can check it out on my Twitter, twitter.com/raddtrap, or you can just click the Twitter link in the chat. See the drawing and other stuff that I do as well. I actually uploaded a little sneak peek of my another song cover that I'm doing. Kind of another cozy vibe music. It's also on Twitter. Check it out. Alright. React and the time, people. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Alright. Let's see. Whisper Trip. What the hell is this? Hey, bro, back, put my fit on hold. Okay. The fuck is this? Oh my god. You will die. Okay. Again. Oh, what is this? 2D Ghost Runner? I mean, okay, it was a joke, but it kind of looks like it. What the fuck is this frame rate? What is this, 20 FPS? Cinematic frames? Or play better. Kind of remind me a little bit of a Katana Zero, but a little bit more scuffed. Yeah. It's not even my friend or Pablo. Like there's this game called Katana Zero, is like millions times better. Look at this. Was my game of the year in 2020. I love this game so much. So good. If you guys haven't played this game, I highly recommend it. 9 out of 10 for me. Really good fucking game. They even have a pretty decent story as well. Like I still remember the overall plot of the game. It's really good. Damn. Katana Zero. The sequel is in the making right now. And I'm waiting to pre-order it. That's right. This is another game that I'm gonna pre-order. It's overall the gameplay. Oof. And the pixel art is just so beautiful. And the music, don't get me started, dude. Oh. Like, I'm not joking around. This game is so good. If you guys haven't played it, if you guys haven't checked it out, I played this game on stream actually on like, you know, a long time ago. It was really fucking good. Really fucking good. Give it a go. It's really, like, you don't want to miss it. Alright, next one. Ikai. That's a horror game. A demo. Nice. Check it out. Scuffed horror.
Hysteria has spread even through the most skeptical villagers.
Oh my god.
They are talking about a demon. It hasn't shown up yet, but they can feel its presence.
Sacred blood has been spilled to open the doorway of the underworld. I'm so sorry, Uncle. I'm going to fix it all. What's happening?
Now go. I must leave.
Me it looks kind of decent. Although, I'm not gonna lie, I do feel a little bit scuffness into it. Fantastic game, just after the first 30 minutes you're already scared of your own shadow. Great mood and well-crafted art audio puts you on your edge. I'm playing it during the night with headphones. Really scary. Ooh. We can try the demo, see what's up overall. I'm not really feeling it right now, but we can give the demo a try and see what's up. Demo is always a win. What is this? Okay, once in, no, 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 no. I saw titties. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, this is Magma video. We'll pause it for now. He's AFK. Why do Sekiro's enemy even fight him? What? That's an interesting title. Okay. Alright, we got Chill Up. Let's check out Chill Up first. Gamers! Chill up. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? Elden Ring accolades? Oh, my fucking ear. Oh, it's just accolades. What does accolades means again? Award. Oh, wait. Elden Ring accolades trailer 1 hour ago, dude. Oh! Oh, such a good fucking theme song. Oh, fuck. So fucking good, dude. What was that weapon, by the way? What is this? This weapon looks fucking dope. It's like jagged fucking katana. Does anyone know what this weapon is? Because I do not know. The fuck is this katana is? Looks fucking edgy, I like it. Send this to my friend. Looks edgy, I love. Okay. Gamers. One day ago, Witcher 4, Battlefield Future, and GTA Plus.
Gamers.
We gotta start with Will Smith. Oh shit!
Gamers. Man, I had a whole bit lined up about the Halo TV show, but then Will Smith was all like, Falcon! And then gamers were all like,
Shit.
damn man, Chris Rock's gonna have to do his shows behind a perspex screen now like the Pope to protect him from all the people trying to go viral with their own Will Smith moments. I wonder if Jeff Keighley's watching this right now thinking, man, how am I gonna top that? Don't even try, Jeff. Joseph Faris is more than enough excitement for the most of us. Ladies and gentlemen, while the slap heard around the world rings out, the world of video game marches on, albeit a slower march,
Skate.
as release season is over and we begin our slide into this multi-month malaise. Damn, that was some good alliteration.
Are we gonna get
English
Skate
readers,
4?
Can I get a like, please? Thank you very
Update?
much. From Halo's TV debut to GTA subscription services, a lot has gone down this week. So let's not waste any time. Here comes the news. To Battlefield news, and if recent reporting is accurate, it seems as though EA DICE and EA's head honchos are finally ready to listen to the community. Funny how that only happens after they've shipped the game and taken our money. DICE insider Tom Henderson is reporting that when it comes to the next Battlefield game, one source told him, quote, "I think we'll be reverting a lot of the changes we made in Battlefield 2042, end quote. He went on to report that, quote, one former developer who recently left DICE following the launch of Battlefield 2042 had suggested that the next game was almost going to be like a hero shooter, with specialists becoming mercenaries. It does seem like this plan may have changed though, with recent playtest and feedback sessions focusing on the class system in Battlefield 2042, end quote. Henderson would go on to report that his sources have confirmed the next Battlefield game will have a modern day or near future setting. Battlefield 2042's updates will continue, as DICE are essentially obligated to ship the 4 specialist passes that they sold when they sold the upgraded editions of the game earlier, but
True.
yeah, after that, who knows? I certainly wouldn't bet on EA DICE sticking with 2042 for the long term, as this whole affair is surely a chapter that everyone, the Battlefield community included, want to put behind them. Again, it's frustrating that this sort of introspection didn't happen prior to launch, when during the beta, everyone was telling EA DICE that the game was broken and the design choices were terrible. EA knew what they were about to sell us, and they sold it to us anyway, and that is sadly how it goes for far too many modern video games. A reminder to never pre-order and always check reviews. Speaking of disappointing launches, Gran Turismo 7's apology tour continues. After launching with a frustrating always online requirement that's seen people unable to play the game for up to 30 hours, and a slew of shitty microtransactions baked into the core gameplay experience,
Yikes.
Gran Turismo's director put out a statement trying to quell the angry mob. It didn't work, and so now he's trying again with another statement. This new one directly apologizes to the community for the outages and to the nerfs made to the currency gains for certain events. It goes on to describe a slew of changes coming to the game, like increased currency rewards and the ability to sell cars. Reading through this was really interesting because I haven't played GT7 yet, and to see the scale of changes that they're implementing really illuminated just how bad this stuff was. Like, imagine a blanket increase of 100% more credits for a whole bunch of races. The credit cap used to be 20 million credits for non-paid credits, which implies to me that you could exceed that cap if you paid money, and some cars can cost up to 15 million credits. They're upping that cap to 100 million now, but my god, that cap is like shameful. I'm glad the GT community are getting these changes, but it would have been much nicer had their game shipped without all this bullshit. While we're on the topic of Sony, let's talk about Project Spartacus, because apparently the news dam is about to break on that one. Spartacus is the worst kept secret in the games industry. It's Sony's response to Xbox Game Pass, a subscription service offering a range of back catalog titles with a few different tiers with different access levels and perks. This was initially revealed by Jason Schreier of Bloomberg, and now he's back saying that the service will be revealed as soon as this week. I mean, between now and
Wait, just announced, right?
live, it may have already been announced, which would be standard, since it seems video game executives love to time their biggest news for the window between when this show is written and when it gets published. Looking at you, Phil. So yeah, if Schreier is correct, then keep your eyes peeled, but we'll certainly circle back to that.
We'll check it out after this.
A successful subscription service is an extremely important objective for Sony, but for more reasons than you might first assume. Obviously, the recurring revenue is nice, as is the competitive advantage of being able to offer a service like this on your platform. But recent figures from Microsoft presented at GDC paint a broader picture of why this matters so much. Commentator Benji Sales shared these Microsoft-created slides on Twitter and summarized some of their key findings, including the fact that Game Pass games see an average of 8 times more players, with 3.5 times more players for bigger games and 15 times more players for indies. Turns out people who are subbed to Game Pass also spend more on games, on DLC, and on in-game items like boosters. Finally, Game Pass has become a huge boost to the growth of the indie scene, with over 2/3 of indie growth revenue since 2016 being attributable to Game Pass. These are all impressive figures that showcase just how much Game Pass is transforming the landscape, and with numbers like this, I suspect Spartacus won't be the only Game Pass competitor we see popping up over the next few years. Back in the day, a gaming subscription service typically meant World of Warcraft, and while the game-specific subscription has remained largely specific to the MMO genre, there have been some breakout efforts, like the time Fallout 76 charged people $180 a year to make their absolute shit heap of a game slightly less insufferable. They still have that subscription, by the way. Go check it out. Anyway, as though inspired by this, Rockstar this week announced a subscription service for their 9-year-old game that gives you basically nothing, and you can only subscribe to it if you repurchase the game on next-gen consoles. Never ceases to amaze me just how low Rockstar and Take-Two will go. But here's the deal. It's called GTA Plus because apparently it's illegal to launch any subscription service and not give it a plus suffix. It costs $6 a month. It gives you $500,000 worth of in-game currency every month, which is basically nothing in the GTA economy. It gives you some free cars and free upgrades and a property and some other bullshit. Basically just random in-game stuff, and you're paying $6 a month for it. Weirdest thing of all is that to get this, you have to be playing the next-gen console versions of the game. That's like the scummiest part, because there are probably plenty of GTA fans on PC or last-gen consoles who do want to pay for this for some reason, but they can't because Rockstar wants them to buy the game again on a next-gen console. There's no reason whatsoever for them to structure it like this, but they're doing it anyway. I wish I had more commentary on this subject, but it's just another example of Rockstar and Take-Two being Rockstar and Take-Two. Alright, how about some good news? This week at Bungie, vengeance. You might remember that last week a number of Destiny 2 content creators were hit by copyright takedown strikes, which looked like they were coming from Bungie until Bungie themselves got copy struck. Bungie would clarify that they were not issuing these strikes, nor were any of their affiliated parties, leading everyone to suspect that it was just a scammer taking advantage of the loophole that lets pretty much anyone make fraudulent copyright claims on YouTube, because YouTube's system is pathetic. Well, we all thought that Bungie would quietly sort this out, which they did. The strikes were removed, but none of us thought that Bungie would lawyer up and take this fight to the next level. Turns out that's exactly what they're doing. Bungie are suing the person who made these fraudulent copyright claims, and they're seeking up to $150,000 in damages for each claim. There were at least 5 claims, so that's a lot of money for the person responsible to have to pay out. Thing is, the identity of that person is not known, so part of this lawsuit is about getting Google to reveal the identity of that individual, if that's even possible. The subtext to all of this is that by forcing Google to have to try and track this person down, it will hopefully prompt them to close this fucking loophole that literally just lets people create fake email addresses and fake YouTube accounts and start making spurious copyright claims. No company that I can think of has framed this fight in quite this way. And if Bungie can achieve a win, that's going to be a massive W for the entire content creation community.
That's true.
And we are all going to owe Bungie at least a little bit of silver. Keep you posted on this one as it unfolds. It's not just scammy outfits making bullshit copyright claims though, it's also Nintendo. This is a true story by the way, so get ready for this. This week Nintendo issued a takedown notice for a scanned copy of a strategy guide for Super Mario 64.
Oh my god. Dude, I don't understand Nintendo. I don't.
That was released back in 1996. This guide is not in print, and it hasn't been in print for decades. It's a rare piece of video game history because it has all these hand-built dioramas that I can't even show you because Nintendo will likely copy strike my channel if I do so. There is absolutely no commercial reason why Nintendo would need to take down a scanned copy of a video game guidebook from 25 years ago that is no longer in print, but that is how Nintendo do. For real, I've actually lost a lot of affection for Nintendo over the past few years as I've looked more closely at how they treat their community, their creators, their customers, and anyone trying to preserve their history. It's a bummer because Nintendo still makes great games, but it's just impossible to support them as a company when they pull bullshit like this. Alright, Guild Wars nerds, I know there was some big blog posting this week, and I bet you didn't think I'd cover it here, right? Well, that's right, I had no intention to, but I don't run this show anymore. Austin's in charge now. So when he says we're doing a Guild Wars block, then we're doing a Guild Wars block. Take it away, Austin.
Alright, so last week, ArenaNet released a blog post titled The Future of Guild Wars 2. In this post, the studio leads spoke about the success of their recent expansion, as well as outlining future plans for the MMO. According to ArenaNet, the number of active players has more than doubled over the last 3 years, with End of Dragons outselling their previous expansion. While other MMOs may choose to remove old content, Destiny, ArenaNet are looking to strengthen the new player experience as they gear up for the Steam release planned for some time this year. Beginning April 19, they'll be releasing monthly updates to reintroduce their Season 1 content, which was removed from the game a long time ago for the sake of a quote-unquote evolving world, a mistake they've since learned from. Not only are they currently working on the next season of content updates, but the studio has also confirmed that a 4th expansion is coming, which is a big statement, as historically they've left expansion announcements until long after development has commenced. All in all, ArenaNet's commitment to...
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care about it.
Guild Wars, before I reviewed Final Fantasy XIV, do you know what that comment section would look like? It would look like the comment section of a man who just put out a 1 hour long review of a Destiny 2 DLC. Those were some bad life choices and I made them. Besides, Austin already reviewed Guild Wars. It's up on his channel. To Witcher 4 news and the announcement of the new game last week did lead to a lengthy discussion about the legacy of both The Witcher 3 and the more recently released Cyberpunk 2077, with many people discussing the well-documented history of crunch that CD Projekt Red developers suffered under. It's a legacy that the studio is clearly trying to put behind them, as The Witcher 4's game director Jason Salma has said that there wouldn't be any crunch when developing the next game. He was responding to a Twitter user who said, quote, "You forgot to mention the sign-on bonus of horrible crunch and being treated like a dog," end quote. To which Salma responded, quote, "Never on my watch," end quote. This sort of image correction is imperative for CD Projekt Red, who lost their luster with the implosion of Cyberpunk. I personally know developers who have been approached to work at CD Projekt Red, but refused to do so because they heard all the horror stories about the culture. So if CD Projekt Red are going to attract and retain development talent, then they're going to have to get their house in order. The very announcement of the next Witcher game is most likely explainable by this need to recruit talent, as is the move to Unreal Engine 5, since CD Projekt Red's Red Engine was apparently notoriously difficult to work with and didn't provide a lot of career mobility outside of CD Projekt Red. A few quick things to finish up. Apparently Skate 4 is now in internal testing, which isn't huge news in and of itself, but it does show the title is making progress, which is nice. Amazon Games boss Mike Frazzini has stepped down from his position. This dude had absolutely zero experience in the world of video games, but was handpicked by Bezos to lead this division, leading to what was essentially an implosion between the failed launch of that Top Gear game that nobody heard about, the launch and then deletion of hero shooter Crucible, and the very wonky launch of New World. Lost Ark has been a huge success, but let's not kid ourselves, that was an established game that Amazon just published in the West, not exactly a breakthrough contribution. EA are about to press the button on their first FIFA-less game. They're giving up the FIFA rights since they say they're too expensive, and the series will henceforth be known as EA Sports FC. I do wonder what impact this will have on sales and whether or not another publisher will pick up the rights, since I know that Take-Two has certainly hinted at that in the past. And finally, Reggie thinks that Meta's metaverse is bullshit. You love to see it. When speaking about Facebook's big push into the metaverse, Reggie said, quote, "In order to be innovative, you really need to be thinking about the consumer first. And I don't think they do. I think they think about advertising revenue first," end quote.
True.
Ooh, the rare Reggie burn. They don't come along often, but when they do, that shit is hot. So, what got announced or delayed this week? Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think the most hype announcement was this one.
Oh shit!
Keep your head up.
Wait, I didn't know this. Ghostbuster. Oh shit.
This is Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed, and it's an asymmetric PvP shooter where you play as either a Ghostbuster or the Ghost, flying through walls and generally messing shit up. This game does feature the voice of some of the original cast members, and they seem to be grey-bearded mentors training up the next generation of Ghostbusters, and that's just fine with me, though I would have preferred a game where I got to play as Bill Murray. We need more games where we play as Bill Murray. I want Lost in Translation from, like, RGG Studios. You're gonna tell me that's not a Game of the Year premise right there? Anyway, I digress. Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed doesn't have a release date yet, but it's slated for a Q4 release this year, heading to PlayStation, Xbox, and the Epic Games Store. This next one looks really nice. It's called Lego Brick Tales, and it's from the makers of the recently released and much-loved Lego Bridge Constructor. This one seems to be about, well, building Lego. The demonstration here shows a pretty one-to-one experience with what building Lego is like in real life, following instructions, numbered parts, etc. The difference is that the stuff you build in-game actually flies, and it seems like each new build is to solve some sort of problem presented in the little scenes that have been constructed. Lego is a really expensive hobby, and if you make a game that can simulate the experience of building Lego without having to spend $300 on a new set, then I think that game has a good shot at taking off. I lied when I said the Ghostbusters game was the biggest announcement of the week, because this week Bandai Namco revealed DLC for their recently released
No way! What? I didn't know this!
Successful, genre-defining masterpiece of a video game, which... Austin, why are you showing Elden Ring footage when I'm clearly talking about my friend...
You fucking... Frick, dude. Stupid. Ah. Fucking. I'm kidding.
Peppa Pig. That's right, gamers. My friend Peppa Pig is getting DLC. It's called Pirate Adventures. Pedro Pony is having a birthday party. It's pirate themed, and shenanigans are sure to ensue, as they always do with Peppa and her friends. This one's already
Pig's
out now,
nice.
but you guys already knew that because you're probably already playing it. You guys never miss the good stuff. There were 2 delay announcements this week. The first was a sort of delay for upcoming Steely Dan scored Contraband. We don't really know much about this one except that it's from Avalanche Studios, makers of Just Cause. It's exclusive to Xbox and PC, and it'll come to Game Pass on day 1. And it's sort of a smuggling game, which I'm down for as a concept,
Payday?
since Smuggler's Run was a long time ago, and that wasn't exactly the most fulfilling smuggling fantasy. This one was meant to be out this year, even though they never officially announced it as a release date, but apparently it has been pushed
What's up,
to
Kay?
next year. That's according to Rand Althor 19 and Jez Corden, who spoke about it on their Xbox 2 podcast. They have a good track record when it comes to Xbox news, so while we can't lock this one in yet, there's at least a good chance it's true.
I'm not really hype about this one because we literally have 0 gameplay. I mean, Just Cause 3 and 4 was like especially 4. Just Cause 2 was a lot of fun, but 3 and 4 is like So I'm not really hype about this one. I just want to see the gameplay.
When it comes to the announcement is a lot more official because it comes directly from the horse's mouth, or maybe the shark's mouth. Rocksteady's The Suicide Squad game has been officially delayed into 2023. The announcement came in a tweet from the game's creative director and studio co-founder Sefton Hill, who said, quote, "We've made the difficult decision to delay Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League to spring 2023. I know a delay is frustrating, but that time is going into making the best game we can. I look forward to bringing the chaos to Metropolis together. Thanks for your patience," end quote. This isn't too much of a surprise since Jason Schreier of Bloomberg had earlier leaked this delay, and this is just official confirmation. It does make sense since Warner Brothers are releasing another DC Universe co-op game this year in the form of Gotham Knights, so giving them both a little breathing room is a good move.
True, that's
Hopefully
true.
we get Suicide Squad in Q1 of 2023.
You watched this yet?
Because
Not
damn,
yet.
I'm looking forward to this one. So what came out last week, aka the review roundup? Well, kicking things off is Expedition Zero. This is an indie survival horror game with a focus on the survival, since crafting and resource management seem to be fairly important in this one. Even though there are only a small number of reviews out at the moment, they seem pretty mid, literally.
Yeah.
The game sits at only 44% mixed
This
on
one's-
Steam, and critic reviews are hovering at around the 5 out of 10 mark. Game Watcher
If you guys don't believe it, we actually played this for a bit. I think it's on Sunday. Yeah, this game's
scored it a 5
unfortunate. I was actually excited to try this game.
out of 10, saying, quote, "When Expedition Zero is at its best, it's a tense battle against the elements as you scavenge and try to get out of a surreal zone. At its worst, it's getting killed by annoying monsters. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
you do more of the latter, making it more frustrating than scary. If Expedition Zero still interests you with its problems, get ready to grit your teeth," end quote. It's hard to believe that Nintendo still has time to release video games, what with how busy they are DMCAing everything, but they managed to squeeze at least one out this week, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. And it's a reminder of how Nintendo manages to get away with being so scummy. They still make good video games. Kirby sits at an extremely impressive 85 on OpenCritic. IGN loved it, scoring it an 8 out of 10 and saying, quote, "Kirby and the Forgotten Land successfully warps the series' classic mix of ability-based combat, platforming, and secret hunting into the third dimension," end quote. While GameSpot loved it even more, scoring it a 9 out of 10 and saying, quote, "Kirby and the Forgotten Land is the biggest, most inventive entry in the long-running franchise," end quote. There is commentary that the game is extremely easy, but that's sort of fine since this is ultimately a kid's game, basically. So if you're looking for a more adult or challenging 3D platformer, then this one likely isn't for you. Finally,
I don't think anyone would buy Kirby game expecting like, oh shit, Dark Souls like no, like it's game. We grew up with it as a kid. It's a kid's game. It's meant to be for all age. I feel like we would, if you're a longtime Kirby fan, it's gonna be enjoyable game anyway.
Tiny Tina's Wonderlands arrived last week on all platforms but the Switch. This is one that I played and reviewed, link below the like button, and I'm pleased to tell you that it's good. It's not amazing, but it's pretty damn good. It's a straightforward looty shooty game that is, in my view, better than Borderlands 3, and I actually like Borderlands 3. It's a Dungeons and Dragon themed adventure where Tiny
not really
Tina
excited
is the
about this
DM,
game.
and because she's batshit insane, so too are the characters, locations, and events that she's cooked up for you. It's still very Borderlands in gameplay and tone, but it remixes enough of the elements to feel fresh. I wasn't the only one who liked it. The game sits at a strong 79 on OpenCritic. Game Informer scored it a 9.5, which I think is a little on the high side, but nonetheless they said, quote, Wonderlands is upbeat and fun from start to finish, offering a rewarding adventure filled with goofy characters, imaginative bosses, and a great sense of ownership over your character through it all, end quote. While PC Gamer were a lot more cool on it, scoring it a 70 and saying, quote, better than Borderlands 3, but not quite reaching the heights of Borderlands 2 at its best, end quote. So what's coming out this week? Well, we are settling into that multi-month dry spell I mentioned last week, and this week's slate of releases is kind of proof positive of that. Arriving today, we've got a next-gen update for Crusader Kings 3. It was one of the most critically acclaimed strategy releases of the last few years, and now you'll be able to play it on both PS5 and the Xbox Series consoles, and even better, it's coming to Game Pass, so knock yourself out. Another update-ish thing is the director's cut version of Death Stranding, which to this point has been a PS5 exclusive, but now arrives for PC. You can purchase this outright, but there's also a $10 upgrade path if you already own the base game. The director's cut isn't really a director's cut, per se, since Kojima owns the studio, so who's going to cut anything from the game he makes? Huh? Nobody, that's right. It's more of a director's update, adding new weapons, gadgets, and missions to expand the journey without fundamentally altering all of the weird, frustrating eccentricities that made this game such a goddamn masterpiece. That's right, I said it again, and I'm gonna keep saying it, alright? Final release of the week.
If the game's gonna be on sale for like 50 to 60%, I'll give that game a try. I feel like I'm the only one here that, I don't know, haven't tried it out or seen it. I actually have been avoiding seeing any playthrough of Death Stranding, because I'm actually genuinely curious about giving it a try.
Is Weird West, a game I've been very excited to get my hands on. I can confirm that I'm playing this one right now ahead of a review
CK3 is a
later
banger.
this week, so I can't offer any impressions since I am under embargo, but I can tell you that this is the first game from Wolfeye Studios, comprised of many Arcane vets, and led by Rafael Colantonio, director of the Dishonored and Prey franchises. This is an immersive sim, but it's set in the Wild West, and it's especially wild since half the people you meet turn out to be werewolves or zombies or all sorts of weird shit, hence the name Weird West. This one is arriving on the 31st. It's hitting PlayStation, PC, and Xbox, where it will be a day one Game Pass title. Review will be up on the embargo. Not allowed to say when yet, so if you'd like to know when that goes live, then just hit the subscribe button, ding the notification bell, and I'll take care of the rest. Put this on your radar.
Whoa. Rhythm shooter, let's go! I also love this kind of game. Ooh.
You guys might not remember BPM. That game was basically Doom the Musical, combining demonic first-person shooter action with rhythm-based gameplay where you could only shoot, reload, or dodge on the beat. It was sick. I loved it. But it was also pretty flawed. For example, it looked terrible. Gun Jam seems to be picking up where BPM left off, taking the same concept.
Is it just me or the quality is very pixelated?
Adding a more EDM soundtrack and then making the whole thing look really pretty. Visually, this thing looks nice. Big, expansive environments bursting with color. A welcome change from that weird red tint that BPM was rocking. The soundtrack being different is also nice, since I know that there's at least one other rhythm-based first-person shooter in the works that's rocking a metal soundtrack. I'm liking little touches here, like the little hand movement that kind of looks like the character's clicking along with the beat. I don't know, I just love this weird little subgenre of games, and I'm always keen to check out
It's an EDM though, not metal.
This one comes from Jaw Drop Games. It's being published by Raw Fury. It's exclusive to PC for now, and it's listed as coming soon, but that doesn't mean much. Hopefully it's sometime this year. If you're interested, be sure to wishlist the title on Steam, as this always helps developers out.
Gun Jam.
Sort of free stuff time, and we are just on the cusp of all the big announcements for PS Plus and Games with Gold and Game Pass and Twitch Prime games. They didn't make this episode, but they'll surely be announced in the next 1 to 2 days, so keep an eye out for them, but rest assured, I will cover it off next week. In the meantime, this is your last chance to grab all those sort of free games before they disappear, so if you haven't yet added them to your libraries, then get on that. Epic are serving up their weekly offering as per usual. Right now, it's Demon's Tilt, a cult pinball action, but come the first, Epic are giving away 2 games. games. The first is City of Brass, a first-person adventure game from 2018 that's basically like M-rated Aladdin, which is really just Prince of Persia when you think about it. The other free game for the week is Creative Assembly's Total War Warhammer. It's the first entry in the strategy trilogy, so if you've been eyeing it off but didn't want to front the cash, then this is for you. Two quick things from Game Pass I want to shout out this week. The first is that they're currently giving away a 3-month trial of Marvel Unlimited as part of the Game Pass perks. Marvel Unlimited is the digital comic subscription service that plays host to over 29,000 Marvel comics. Not a bad deal if you're looking to make the jump from movies to print.
That's good for nerds.
If you'd like to make the jump from game to TV, then this one's for you. Xbox Game Pass is also offering a 30-day trial of Paramount Plus. So, if you wait until all of the episodes of Halo are out, and then you activate this free trial, then you can binge watch the entire thing and not pay a cent. Well, except for the Game Pass cost, which is already a steal, so can't complain too much. Our feel-good story for the week does come with a trigger warning for any siblings who are forced to use the shit controller growing up. You know, the Mad Catz one that had all those weird designs on it and 6 extra buttons that didn't do anything, and those auto fire switches. Man, who used those? Nobody. Anyway, very soon the next Sonic movie will be releasing. It's a big deal because the first Sonic movie, Loki...
Oh, I saw this. You guys saw this? Xbox released a Sonic limited edition. Oh, just watch.
He ruled, but this one is going to be even better, probably, for one reason and one reason only. Knuckles is in it, and Knuckles is being played by Idris Elba. To celebrate the upcoming movie, Xbox thought it would be cool to make a special limited release controller. Not the first time they've done something like this, mind you. Recently, they had controllers for the LeBron James Space Jam movie, and outside of the world of movies, Xbox recently did a lineup of controllers based on nail polish colors. Alright, fair enough. So, back to Sonic. We hear that they're doing some special Sonic controller, so what do we imagine? You know, a blue controller, maybe a red one, some special decals.
Get ready.
The buttons could be gold rings. That'd
Get
be
ready.
cool, right? I'd buy that. Tell you what I'm not gonna buy. These fucking...
Oh my fucking god.
things? Yes, these are real products that Microsoft are making. Furry controllers. Though notably, Microsoft are explicitly avoiding the word furry and instead calling them bristly controllers. Not the right word. This...
Oh shit, that's good. What the why? I don't understand. Why, dude? Why? I thought that was parody? No, it's not. It's legit. Holy shit, dude.
This isn't a pine needle. This is a furry controller. Look at it. It's furry. I could wash my car with this thing. If you are very lucky, or unlucky, you can win a set of these things by retweeting something on the Xbox Twitter account. They are not being made available for sale, which is unequivocally a good thing, because if they were, we'd all be receiving them as gifts from people that hate us. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the week in video games. I hope you enjoyed yourself, and if you did, then slap that like button like you just made a joke about your wife. Ayo! If you'd like to come back next week, then please do so by hitting the subscribe button, ding the notification bell. This week is a Weird West review, and then, I don't know, I'm thinking maybe a Steam Deck review next week. Maybe circle back to Ghostwire Tokyo, since I'm pretty keen to check that one out. The upcoming drought gives me plenty of flex to play and review what I want. So, who knows what the next few months hold. I hope you join me for the ride. Thanks for stopping by this week. I'll see you again real soon.
Good stuff. I mean, there's some good stuff. There's some bad stuff. GTA Plus, you know, bada bing, bada boom. There's some good stuff as well. Skate 4. I'm excited about that, personally. I played Skate 2 and Skate 3. Really enjoyed those games. FIFA. Nintendo strategy guide. This is actually really dumb. Okay. Now, I want to check out the new PlayStation Plus. This is one of the big news. So they basically Let's see. All new PlayStation Plus launches in June with 700 plus games. Wow, what? Players can choose from 3 flexible options.
Go play Guardians of the Galaxy before it leaves Game Pass, you lazy piece of, I mean, if you want, smile.
Chill, sister. Not gonna leave anytime soon. Calm down. Okay. So they got, okay, I was right. They make it a different version. But this time they got 3: Essential, Extra, and Premium. Okay. Essential, I'm assuming is a basic one. Provide the same benefits of PlayStation Plus member are getting today, such as 2 monthly downloadable games, exclusive discount, cloud storage for save games, online multiplayer access. I don't understand console with, like, both Xbox and PS have this thing. Like, I don't understand why. That's a thing. There are no changes for existing, blah, blah, blah. For PlayStation Plus Essential remains the same as the current price of PlayStation Plus. It's $10 for you guys? Jesus Christ, I feel bad. Now Extra provides all the benefits, okay. Adds a catalog up to 400 of the most enjoyable PS4 and PS5 games, including blockbuster hits from our PlayStation Studios catalog and third-party partners. Games in Extra tier are downloadable for play. $15 monthly, $100 a year. Okay. Okay. Premium. Additional from this, you get even more, which is 340 more games, including PS3 games available via cloud streaming. Okay. A catalog of beloved classic games available in both streaming and download option from the original PlayStation, PlayStation 2, and PSP generations. Okay. Backwards compatibility through streaming or download. That's kind of sketchy. Why not make everything available for download? I understand for PS3 because PS3. So if you guys don't know, everything is plus now. Now it's gonna be plus plus plus. Fuck me. Yeah, I understand. If you guys don't know, PS3 is like among all the PlayStation console, PS3 is the only one that have their own thing going on. I forgot what it is. I think it's the CPU or the GPU. I forgot. Like one of the hardware that they use in the PS3 is just very rare in the gaming environment, that basically games that was made exclusively on PS3 is really, really hard to be ported outside of PS3. And that is why, you know, not a lot of people able to emulate PS3 on PC because it's just so bad. Like, it just, I don't know what it is. I'm not really dig deep into it, but I don't know. Sony just decided to try something new with PS3, and apparently it's not that gaming friendly. So yeah, unfortunate. Offers cloud streaming access for Origin PlayStation, PlayStation 2, PSP, and PS4 games, offering an extra and premium tier in markets where PlayStation Now is currently available. Customers can stream games using PS4, PS5, consoles, and PC. That's a thing. The problem is that PlayStation Now is such a garbage feature. That's the unfortunate part about this. Like, I know that PlayStation Now is one of that feature where basically allows me to, if I want to, play Bloodborne on PC. But the problem is it's just so bad. It's just so bad. Some game trials will also be offered in this tier, so customer can try to select a game before they buy. Why is this only benefits premium? This should be free. It's basically demo. Why is this? That kind of sucks. Am I wrong? This is basically demo, right? or I guess trial version, which is like you're playing a full game, but you'll get logged out immediately when time runs out. I don't know though. I feel like that shouldn't be in the premium. For 18 month and $18 per month and $120 per year. I don't know about this. That's so expensive. Although, I mean, I guess if you're a big fan of the classic PlayStation 1, 2, PSP, and PS4 games, that's kind of dope. But I don't know, man. Still a pretty big price for just, you know, I can play PS1, PS2 games if I want on my PC, if you know what I mean, wing wing. But I don't know. I don't know. PS3 was a piece of work for sure. I had one. I wish I didn't. I told you Sony will charge you for everything they can. I mean, it's nothing new. That's kind of unfortunate. You know, I did say yesterday or on Monday that I was hoping that, you know, basically Sony games will be available for PC, but obviously it's got to be a big no-no because they basically, if they do that, they basically going to give free more customers for their competition, which is Xbox. So there goes my chance to play Bloodborne early. God damn it. Alright. I mean, I feel like this would be... This is only for people who own PS5. Which is no one in this chat. Yep, I mean... Yeah. Anyways... That was interesting. We're talking about a company that demands extra cuts for allowing crossplay. True. Like I said, it's not just Sony. Nintendo also a little bit weird. Like, I feel like Japan have the very weird, stricted rules in like online matters. Nintendo have this issue. Sony have this issue with PlayStation. It's just, unfortunately, they make good games. Japanese game developers, game companies, they make good shit. That's the only reason they survive in the community. They explicitly created classics: Zelda, Kirby, Mario, Dark Souls. You know what I mean? To name a few. There's so many. Final Fantasy. These guys know what they're doing. I don't know much what's causing this company to have a very shit internet features, but I'm assuming it has something to do with Japan law or something. I don't know, dude. They also make trash like Muso games. Well, you know, obviously there's good stuff and there's also bad stuff. So yeah, Warriors, those Muso games are, yeah, it's like one of those things where, you know, we can make a Warriors version of your games. Like, they did it for my beloved series, Zelda, fucking Zelda Warriors, the Hyrule Warriors. Oh my god, it's kind of cringe. They also did it for Persona recently. Oh my god. I feel so bad, dude, for Persona fans for that one. Probably K as well included. That's subjective. I cannot stand most JRPG and Nintendo games. But you cannot say that Zelda, the classic Zelda, are bad game. I feel like if you never, the only reason you would say, let's say like fucking, you know, Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time, you know, I don't know. I feel like it's just such a legendary game on the at the time, on that era. You know what I mean? So yeah, Nintendo 64 is basically the foundation of 3D games platformer that we have nowadays. It 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 contributes so much into the gaming community. That one single game. Oh my god. Radu was this? Hold up. Oh, that video. Hold up. I gotta change the thingy thing. Because those guys' videos have copyright song. They start with trashy anime simulators. Wait, what do you mean by anime simulators? I like watching Zelda, but I wouldn't play them. Should give them a try though. You really should. You're missing out. Like Breath of the Wild was one of my, I wouldn't say one of the best game ever, but I really enjoy my time in that game. Like sure, the open world is not the best. The combat system was kind of the weapon breaking apart after a few time. It was kind of annoying, but I really enjoyed my time in Breath of the Wild. Like I streamed the whole thing from the start till the end, till I beat the game. But I actually still revisited that game off stream a lot. I don't know. It's just a very feels good man game. That Breath of the Wild. It kind of reminded me of when I played what is that game? Zelda game where you when the you know the Toon Link K. What's the name? Where the Hyrule is underwater. Zelda games. I forgot for some reason. No, not that. The name is, where is it? It's one of my favorite. Wind Waker. There it is. The Wind Waker is basically one of my favorite. This game, oh, this is also one of that game where I can say that it's not the best, but it's one of that game that I really spend a lot of time in because it just feels good playing this game. I don't know. It looks colorful, it looks amazing. The music is so fucking nice. I don't know. I don't know. I played this game on GameCube as well with my friends, and it's just it feels nice. There's something about the game. And I feel like that's also something that I feel like a lot of people discredit a lot. Like, sure, some games can be like mediocre. It's not the best at anything, but you can play it and feels really good about it. And Wind Waker is like one of those games, in my opinion, that just like very enjoyable for me. But it's still like for me, gameplay wise or the whole package wise, Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask is still kicks ass. Like period. Okay. Dean Martin. Oh my god, here we go again. Oh my god. Go and Oh my. Gee. Oh. Oh. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. Okay. That was interesting. Oh shit. There's Elton John one as well. It looks like that channel filled with so many your mom jokes. I shouldn't blame you guys because I did this to you. I did this to myself. I guess I shouldn't blame anyone but myself for this your mom jokes in the chat. God damn it. You win, chat. You win. Alright, what's this? Oh, zero punctuation, Ghostwire? Oh my fucking god.
You did this to do you know what I did to your mum?
People often say to me, Yahtzee, you devilishly handsome sex god who certainly never recycles old gags he's pretty sure most people would have forgotten by now. Are there any particular upcoming games you're looking forward to? To which I say, bitch, I have to play a new game every week. They all blur together. That's like asking a drowning man if there's any particular lungfuls of oxygen he's looking forward to once he breaks surface. But to the extent that I look forward to anything, I was looking forward to Ghostwire Tokyo, because it was the new IP from Shinji Mikami's studio. Who's
Same.
Shinji Mikami, you ask? Oh, nobody much, just the guy who made Resident Evil, and Resident Evil 4, and God Hand, and Vanquish, and The Evil Within, and yet for all that doesn't seem to have attained the rock star status of a Miyamoto or a Kojima. I mean, I don't...
Dude, true. I feel like Shinji Mikami is, I wouldn't say underrated, but he should be. He should be more popular. Or at least people should know more about him.
Evil Within, and yet for all that doesn't seem to have attained the rock star status of a Miyamoto.
Yeah, he doesn't have the quote-unquote rock star status like Kojima and Miyamoto. Dude, he created Resident Evil, dude. And God Hand, if you play the game, that game's actually really fucking rocks. But I don't blame you if you haven't played it. The fucking cover's very fucking generic. But
Or a Kojima. I mean, I don't even
And
know what he
Vanquish.
looks like off the top of my head. Maybe that's because he's less focused on self-promotion than on just being really bloody good at developing video games. So I just want to say that I appreciate you, Shinji Mikami, for all your years as a positive force for innovation in this ever-stagnating industry. You're one of the good ones. Now,
he's actually on par with Miyazaki in terms of like, I don't really show my face a lot, but my game makes me popular kind of guy.
what's this new game about? Well, it's an open-world stealth action game with collectibles and— oh, for fuck's sake! I knew they'd gotten to you too, you quad-person hack! Yahtzee, wait, I didn't say crafting. There's no crafting in it. Oh, well, strike up the band. The usual instrument of my torture has had its anal distension feature deactivated. Hallelujah! Well, this is unfair. Ghostwire Tokyo does feel different to the current invasive crop of Jiminy Cockthroat.
True.
It feels older in its sensibilities, like a game that could have come out 10 years ago. A specific one, actually. It reminds me of Zombie U. Remember that? From the way it's a first-person survival
Jesus
horror with
Christ.
slightly claustrophobic world design and possibly having been backhandedly funded by the
Zombie U is fucking weird.
tourist board of a specific city. Not that any contemporary Japanese game needs the excuse to spend its whole runtime pushing Japanese culture as much as it can, as I've observed before in reviews of Yakuza and Persona games. I always wonder how the
Yakuza.
Japanese audience feels about that as they read the item descriptions. A yukata is a traditional form of kimono commonly worn during summer festivals in Japan. Yeah, we know, game. We all live here. Anyway, in Ghostwire Tokyo, we play as Akito, a young
I actually think Pocky got really popular thanks to Persona as well. I feel like, yeah, they really,
man who gets caught in a car accident, then the ghost of a dead asshole tries to steal his body, then everyone in Tokyo gets raptured except for him in an apocalyptic supernatural event, and then the evil necromancer who did it kidnaps his comatose sister. Fucking hell. What did Japanese people use as good luck charms? Maneki Nekos? Thank you, item description menu. Apparently, Akito needed to buy about 500 of the fuckers. Fortunately, it turns out the dead asshole trying to possess him is a dead asshole paranormal detective, and so by combining his powers of magical exorcism with Akito's powers of being alive and physically there, the pair set off to fight the legions of evil spirits that now infest Tokyo, thwart the villain, and rescue Princess Peach. Now, one word that in retrospect doesn't really fit this survival horror game is horror. There's no gore, and it's not—
oh my god, yeah. This is one of, I don't know, I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily, but when you buy a game that was designed by Shinji Mikami, they strictly put his name, big ass name, in the fucking announcement trailer in E3 2019, if I'm not wrong, or 2020. I was excited because I want more of that, you know, Resident Evil 4 jump scare, or fucking Evil Within Rush chasing through the hallway by a fucking spawn of Satan. There's none in Ghostwire. And I was really disappointed, not gonna lie. Not necessarily a bad thing, but yeah.
Scary. Yes, there's some effectively creepy ghost design like the umbrella-wielding salarymen who look like Slender Man's fussy dad, but it's hard to feel intimidated by them when you're routinely sneaking up and obliterating them with atomic wedgies.
Exactly.
It's more of a supernatural detective stroke disaster thriller with first-person shooter combat. Actually, thinking about it, there's not a great deal of survival in this survival horror either. You attack by making magic finger guns that shoot a variety of elemental projectiles, and the game throws enough magic ammo
Twitch does
to
that,
fill a public
Saints.
ball pit with staggeringly poor health and safety compliance. The scenery is infested with magic wibbly-wobbly ammo dispensing furniture, and the monsters are all keeping emergency ammo refills in their eminently wedgiable panties. And there's no shortage of healing items either, which here take the form of popular Japanese snack foods, because of course they fucking do. Quite a bewilderingly large variety of them as well, and I fear whatever benefit is gained from including every conceivable flavour of individually wrapped triangular rice ball was lost on me, because I'd just mashed the quick heal button whenever I needed it, and Akito would scarf down the nearest food item to hand without so much as a glance at the packet. We could have been subsisting exclusively on dishwasher tablets for all I knew. The combat itself has its problems. The combination of dark, murky environments with shaking, sparkly, neon-coloured snot off your fingers right next to your face makes it hard to follow the action at times, and your projectiles lack a sense of satisfying impact. Water-based magic attacks in particular feel about as damaging as slinging a bucket of dishwater at an encroaching foe possibly could. But in the broader picture, Ghostface Mortybum has a not atypical open-world problem in that the core experience is not so much survival as janitorial. Once you've unlocked the whole map, if we're not...
Yikes. Valhalla.
Doing critical path missions, we're just hopping from one copy-pasted icon to the next, hoovering up groups of enemies and random lost souls for experience, and picking up pieces of collectible Japanese garbage in return for cash payouts that have next to no useful purpose, unless you really, really want to equip yourself with a cosmetic pair of traditional Japanese high tops that no one's ever going to fucking see because it's a first-person single-player game, numbnuts. If you are keen on filling out 100% completion checklists and have weird hang-ups stemming from when the teacher gave you a gold star for having the tidiest desk in the whole class and it was the only time you've ever known self-esteem, then perhaps you'll find some appeal here. Everyone else might find the gameplay kind of forgettable, but there is something to be said for Ghostwire's atmosphere. There's a strong sense of place in its densely detailed realising of Tokyo's claustrophobic urban sprawl, and there's something appealingly haunting about exploring it in spooky abandoned form, a familiar realism overlaid with a sprinkling of supernatural intrigue, littered with omnipresent piles of spontaneously vacated clothing, creating the implication that once you rescue everyone from the spirit world, there's going to be a lot of confused nudity in the streets of Tokyo, which might be an appealing enough image to keep you motivated. It is, in a word, immersive, until you realise you can just climb up to the rooftops and...
I actually can see a reason why someone would buy this game for that reason.
Navigate everywhere by gliding from building to building like you're playing Extreme The Floor is Lava, but that's entertaining on its own. So in the end, I would describe Worst Gore Pinocchio as a decent enough 6-hour action adventure with nice imagery if generic gameplay, and a big flabby open world hanging off it that's questionably necessary, unless you're into virtual tourism. I mean, Google Street View's all well and good, but how else can one experience a real-world city after it's been abandoned but for shambling mobs of pale, hostile perversions of humanity, other than by being in Coventry city centre at 3 in the morning?
I mean, yeah, like I said, after what? I haven't finished the game, but after like I think more than 10 hours at this point. We played it for like 2 streams. Yeah. It's a very mid game. Like I would give it a 7. Maybe even 6.5. And I mean, it's not bad. But I feel like a lot of people, I won't say a lot of people was expecting that game to be scary. At least somewhat action horror. Like Resident Evil 4 or Evil Within. But it got... The action is very mid. You're just doing very subtle... You know, Harry Potter style, you know, expecto patronum throwing at the ghosts, and it's not scary at all. So I was a little bit disappointed at that one. But other than that, if you don't have that expectation, it's actually a pretty decent game. Not gonna lie. You would actually enjoy the game. Just don't expect Resident Evil 4. I was expecting that, and I was disappointed because of that. Unfortunate. Alright. Hey, Yukis. What's up? How you doing? What's up, buddy? Alright. It is time for some gaming. Whoa. So, as you guys can see in the title, I have Nioh installed. And no, it is not Nioh 2. I'm still waiting for that game to go on sale. But I do have Nioh 1 in my library for a while now. And might as well give it a try. So today, I'm gonna start a new game. Of not so new game, it's pretty fucking old, but no, it's not Nioh 2, unfortunately. Yeah. I'm still waiting for it to go on sale. Alright. Because I'm not really fully excited. Like, I know it's a good game, but I don't wanna spend $60 on it. Kinda good game. Type of thing. You know? So yeah. Summer sale coming soon. I'll definitely gotta snatch it. Because you're not the only one that's actually been telling me to play Nioh 2. Every single one of my friend who played Dark Souls actually pretty much praised Nioh 2. Even Nioh 1, Selkuth, a bunch of my Dark Souls 1 PvP friends, they all praise Nioh 2. Even Nioh 1 actually. It's just that Nioh 2 is just a better Nioh, essentially. But I also asked a lot of people that Nioh 1 is worth give it a go if I don't have Nioh 2. So might as well. Why not? It's not like it's a bad game. It's just it's inferior compared to Nioh 2 apparently. Yeah. Basically. But hey, might as well give it a try. Okay. Chotto matte ne. While I'm booting this game up, please enjoy this picture of a very cute cat peeking. Give me a sec. Oh wait, you guys can see it. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Sorry. Okay. Controllers, Goog. Bing, bada boom. So much stuff was happening on the screen at that moment. Game is crazy. I know. It's extremely more challenging than 1, but 1's still hard. Yeah, that's what I heard about it. It's like it's just an overall Dark Souls on cocaine, basically. A lot of people are saying that. So I'm excited to give it a since we just recently beat Elden Ring, I've been craving more Souls-like game. So why not give it a try? We tried Tunic a while ago. Highly recommend it for anyone who looking for in the classic Zelda style. That's actually pretty good game as well. Let the cat out of your basement. I don't have cat out of my basement. They're in the hallways. My one friend who never shuts the fuck up about Dark Souls said Nioh is as fun as getting burned alive. What the fuck? Why? Actually, it's all my friends who played Souls game, like fellow Souls fans, From Software fans, have been overall positive with Nioh. The only reason I didn't pick up Nioh 1 back then on launch was it didn't, if I'm not wrong, it didn't launch on PC at first. Like it was Sony exclusive or something. This is so loud. Jesus, volume. Jesus. Is that Patches? Ah, that's the protagonist. There's so many things going on, holy shit. Team Ninja, they're a very... Whoa, hello. They're a very unique developers in my book. Oh, the aesthetic's so nice. Whoa, what the fuck? He looks like Nobunaga Oda. Nioh. I actually know jack shit about this game. This is gonna be interesting. I never seen anyone play through of this game. I saw a bit of Nioh 2 from K, but that's about it. I didn't pay attention to the lore or anything, so it's gonna be complete blind playthrough of Nioh. Okay. Okay. My controller's not detected. Hello? Second. Okay, my controller is not detected for some reason. Hold up. I don't know why. Hello? PlayStation? Oh, it's restarting. 1 second. Okay. Let me restart the game. Maybe I have to make sure the controller is detected first. Okay, it's detected. This was too fast for my chicken brain. I played this for a bit, but got sleepy. Isn't that supposed to be the other way around? Because the game's so fast. Alright, it works now. My emulation, my third-party software didn't work. PS4? No, PS5. The DualSense. It works now. You can also use Steam Big Picture. True. But might as well. Because this one also led me to see the battery by just hovering my mouse to the thingy. Hey, what up, Raku? How you doing? Okay, I was lying. Not really lying. It doesn't detect it anymore. It detected for a second. See? Controllers actually detect it. Okay, if this still doesn't work, then I'm gonna use Steam Big Picture. Yeah, hold up. Okay, the software actually read it. Why is the game not reading it? No, wait! God. Okay, let me see. The Travels of Marco Polo? Mongol Empire. Oh my god, the audio. So loud.
Amrita. Some call it a miraculous stone. The Philosopher's Stone.
Oh shit. Lore. Mr. Poa.
The Queen of England remains locked in combat. With Spain. The country where the sun never sets. For control of the entire world. Her forces weakening with every battle. The Queen and her inner circle turn to divination and alchemy, hiring pirates like us to find Amrita for them. With that power, they managed to defeat the invincible Spanish Armada. But now it seems they want to keep their methods a secret.
I can barely hear him because of the music. The music's so loud compared to the thingy. I gotta adjust the volume. Okay. Let's see this real quick. Chotomate. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Interesting. 1 second, chat. Hoard up. It's kind of weird that this doesn't work. Usually it works just fine. Okay, I'm gonna use the Steam big picture. I mean, wasn't the Britain more invisible, even the French, before they surrendered? Okay, dude. Well, you gotta get personal with French people, man. Chill, man, chill. Shit. It's kind of weird though, because I tested this earlier off stream before I stream. I actually tested this out, and it works just fine. So I don't know why it doesn't work properly. All right, see if this works. I see a ton of Elden Ring slander again. Coincidentally, oh it still doesn't. Oh shit! I didn't run the thingy on fucking. Hold up! 1 second, 1 second. I swear this works properly last time. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Exclusively from PS fanboys. Wait, what do you mean? I haven't heard anything. What did they do this time? Shouldn't they not slander Elden Ring since it's PS thingy? Doesn't make sense. Okay, what the hell is going on here? Oh. Okay, there we go. Holy shit, my ear. Sorry. Alright. Hold up. Bada bing, bada boom. Controller option forced on. Okay. And then bada bing, bada boom. Yeah. Alright, let's see if it works or not. They're still mad it took the spotlight from Forbidden West? Well, don't blame Elden Ring. Blame Guerrilla Games to not make a better game. I'm sorry. Just a joke. It's just a joke. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with Guerrilla Games. Like, what are you mad about? Elden Ring take the spotlight from Horizon Forbidden West. Why? Because it's a better game. It's just how it is. What is Elden Ring supposed to do? Like, oh shit, we make too much of a good game. Let's make our game a little bit shittier, guys. Like, what? You know? Maybe I don't know, man. I don't know. Make a better game. God, I'm so fucking mean. Make a better game. Still doesn't work for some reason. It's kind of weird now. It's getting fucking weird. I followed the tutorial. Oh, wait, what? I have to exit the big picture after that? Oh, wait, never mind, it works now. Alright, never mind. Alright, works. You game. Proceed, yes. Alright, we're gaming! Are we on Nioh? Game category? I think we're good, right? Check link. We'll check it out later. No more reacting. The Tower of London is an imposing fortress built by King William I in order to keep London safe. It has since gone on to be used as a prison for traitors and execution ground for criminals. Londoners believe that if many crows living within its walls were to abandon it, the tower would collapse and London itself would be destroyed. Wait, are we in Japan or London? The fuck? Okay, this game's have a pretty interesting lore. We got London and Japan. I'm assuming this is like some kind of an invasion going on. Oh, it's like Dark Souls 1. Chosen one. Whoa, what the fuck? Gerald?
Death won't stop chasing me.
Oh shit, gameplay. April 1598, Tower of London. Okay. Interesting. So it seems to be locked. What the fuck? Okay, we're just punch a wall.
I should have run when I had the chance.
Where do we run? Oh, a chest? Tower of London, Great Boots. Bastard Sword. Oh shit. Ooh, equipment. Oh my god, what the fuck is this UI? Oh god, it's gonna be interesting. Okay. Bastard Sword. Amrita Memories. Okay, it's like tutorial. Oh, let me change the audio settings. Music's too loud, so we're gonna do this instead. Oh my god. Not a big fan of the UI, but it's an old game anyway, so kind of understandable. Blah, 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 blah. I might adjust that later. Graphics settings. Okay, we'll just roll with it. Wait, so attack is X and Y? Or square and triangle? Oh god, it's not R1, R2, okay. X2 sprint? Oh no. Oh my god, it's so different. Okay. Is this Dark Souls 4? Good one, Kate. This is Nioh. Why are you playing Nioh 1? Nioh 2 is kind of better because I only have this game. Nioh 2 is not on sale right now. It's 60 bucks. I'm gonna wait for it.
Hey, what are you doing?
Alright. Okay. Dungeon key. Another bastard sword. I'ma think of this as a little bit of a Devil May Cry then. Mindset. Medicine. RT. What the fuck? Okay, L1 to do that. Huh? Okay, shortcut. Meds. Alright, cool. Okay, what's this? Items. Okay. Status. Body, heart, stamina, strength, skill, dex, magic, spirit. Interesting. Alright, hold up. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright. Oh. Aha! A code. Okay. Wait, can we dual wield? Oh no. Wait, why do I have 2 slot? If I cannot... Wait. Hmm? Wait, what's the use of the other slot? How do I... Oh. Okay, I don't know. We'll learn as we go. Oh god. Nice. Oh! Oh shit, you got a boat. Come here! Oh shit. Alright. Okay. Hello. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Okay. How are you still alive? Oh! Come here. Alright. Almost died in tutorial. Oh, trousers. Nice, wait. The fuck, I still hear him. Hold up, audio's still a little bit too loud. There we go. Oh, it's for range weapon. Gotcha. It's very dark. I guess it's supposed to be like this. Oh, Jesus. Hey, hello. Oh, is this the bonfire? Okay, I'm assuming, yeah, that's the checkpoint system-ish. Alright, cool. Alright. I'm getting used to the combat. Alright. Not bad, not bad. Oh, big ass chest. Oh, a battle axe. Oh shit. Okay, then we can just unassign this. Wait, it says melee weapon too, though. There's gotta be a way to switch it up. But how? Did it not teach me? Yeah, you can. Wait, how though? L2 is that. I don't know why. I'm assuming it's for a range. I can figure out R1 up. Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. R1 hold. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Okay, thank you. Alright, let's try it out. Interesting. Oh, dude, sprinting with X is very weird. Because I cannot do the clawing thing like I do with Dark Souls. I mean, I can kind of do, but it's a little bit further. Okay. Another chest. Nice. More healing. Pretty nice.
Limited amount of Amrita we can extract from this country, Kelly.
Oh, look.
Indeed. The pirates have served their purpose.
Shit.
The death of the leader of Japan will spark a war, and a wonderful opportunity to acquire more Amrita.
Once tomorrow's execution takes place, we will get our hands on a compass that will lead us to that Amrita.
With enough Amrita, we could subdue Spain. Perhaps even the world.
Oh my god.
The day when England reigns supreme is near.
But our beloved queen thinks of Amrita as nothing more than gold or gemstones.
We must find them before our nation's rivals do.
Edward Kelly, you will go to Japan. It seems it would be to our advantage to keep the wars alive. We cannot gain Amrita if blood does not flow.
Oh shit. Who's talking behind? Huh? Oh. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa! What the fuck? Oh shit. I did a shit ton of damage there. Alright, nice range. Uh-oh. Did he hear? Oh shit, he closed it. Such noise, dude. I'm just obliterating your fucking soldiers. The fuck? Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, there's a dash. Interesting. Dashing after attacking feels a little bit faster. Okay, so you're saying that there's like fat rolling as well in this game. Familiarity? It gets so much you have used an item, the higher familiar, the stronger an item, build it, and more Amrita you'll obtain when you've... Interesting. It rewards you for using the same weapon type, I'm assuming. Huh. Stone? Oh, okay. Very interesting. Ooh, I like that. Interesting. When you finish an attack or combo, you can press R1 to dash or do better key recovery. Wait, maybe not R1. Determine what you regain key properly. Stamina. Oh. Oh. Hello. Yeah, I pressed R1, does nothing. Maybe not yet. We'll see, I guess. Dude, it's so dark, by the way. Oh, it's a shortcut. Okay. Huh? Ooh, I like that quick dash. That feels very nice. Huh? Okay, so first dash is just a dash and then roll if you do it second time. Interesting. Hold up. One thing I don't like about Steam Big Picture is that it doesn't have the fucking FPS counter anymore. I do feel like I'm not playing on 60 FPS right now. Unless it's just my thingy. Oh. Oh, yep, I was right. Doesn't feel as smooth. Damn, I cannot rock this game on medium quality dynamic reflection. Okay, game. Damn, this game is okay. Alright, dude. Okay, it doesn't... Okay, actually, that helps. A little bit. Huh. Red is killing people. What's new? Oh, what the fuck? There's level 2 the outfit as well. Interesting. Huh. Alright. You keep in mind. Let me try the other weapon, Runka. It's maybe just dash, or I'm just with Nioh 2 mindset. Maybe. We'll figure it out. Oh, this feels so much. Oh, fuck! Ah, shit, this weapon. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna die. Shit! Alright, back to sword. Oh, they have... Interesting, you can see their stamina as well. I'm assuming you can punish them for being hasty as well. That's interesting. I just fuck your friends you're just watching, dude? Damn. This dude. Oh. Oh, better bastard sword. 79. Oh shit. Okay. Well, let me switch this back to Battle Axe. The Runka kind of shit in close quarter space. Oh! Alright. Okay, let's go here real quick. I got a feeling there's something here. Oh shit. Intruder! Intruder! Oh. What the fuck just happened there? I have no idea. Red keeps fucking my friends. Okay. Don't, okay, that sounds different, alright? Don't, okay, let's not, alright, calm down, dude. Oh shit. Okay. There's a combo. Bing bang boom. Wait. I cannot do heavy attack with. Oh, okay. It doesn't do the combo in between heavy and light attack. So I just want to finish light attack combo or finish heavy attack combo, but not intertwine. Alright. Oh, okay, big boys. What is this, Crucible? Crucible Knights? Fuck. Two, 3, 2. 150. Oh, shit. Okay. You said it, okay, dude.
Looks like I might be able to escape from the top of that tower. How can I get up there?
Okay, we can hear corpses that we loot. For some reason. Interesting. Ooh, prey. Interesting. Chat, is the game too dark for you guys, or is it just me? Should I raise the brightness in game? Huh? Oh shit. Okay. Oh, 500. Okay. Wait. What do I do if they're down? Ah, fuck. I thought you can. Oh, okay. I thought you can do critical attack. Ah, god damn it. I was like a dumbass there. Okay. I think I can do something about them. Okay. Our stamina's kinda shit. Fuck. Whoa. Okay, the guards hold it. Oh, fuck. What the? Dude, why did this deal so much damage? Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. The stamina is very punishing. When you stagger them or on the ground, use triangle. Okay. Gotcha. I did press light attack or square earlier. Also, I do notice you don't drop soul or anything in this game when you die. What do you drop? What's the punishment of dying then? Okay, that's not worth it. Oh my god. Dude, the stamina. Huh? Dude, just die! Holy shit! God damn it, man. Okay, you next. Alright. Oh, another Runka, but it's better. Oh, wait, you can parry? Interesting. Equipment weight. Okay. Huh. Alright. You're just in tutorial. I know. Feels very different as well, and with the square and triangle for attack, it feels very weird. You bitch! You baited me! Alright. Let's see if I can, if there's a backstep in this game. Nope. Is this a boss? Alright. Well, that was interesting. Oh shit! Radagon.
It's you. The man with the guardian spirit.
Oh my god, it's Patches! What the fuck?
If I die, the secret of the stones dies with me.
Let me show you what these stones can do. Behold.
Oh, second phase.
It's time for your execution.
Okay, that is... Okay, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm back. Do you watch your Sekiro? Nope. Because you told me to wait for you, right? But you never came. Sag? What do you mean focus on my strength? Okay. Well, let me heal just in case. Okay, I didn't dodge properly there. Living weapon! What? Living weapon? Whoa! What just happened? Okay, I got like fucking...
Well done.
What the fuck just happened? Was this Shaman King? Oh! Oh no. Wait.
So this spirit shall guide me to the kingdom of gold.
No! Wait. But... Oh, Jesus. No, I'm maidenless. Again in this game. God damn it. Definitely an entry to life. Okay, looks like there's a bunch of them. Same creature. Interesting. Derek is a very common name for an executioner. Yep. Steve, the executioner. Looks like the cutscene is a pre-rendered cutscene. This looks 720. Doesn't look like 1080. And it's 30 FPS as well.
Your journey was not an enjoyable one. During 2 years' voyage, the Helloff was lost. The trow sank, while the hope vanished without a trace. The good news of the Blythe boat's hap was nothing but lies. Only Leifta remained.
Okay, nice names. Wait,
An
so
ironic twist. For what awaited us in the Far East wasn't love. It was monsters and death.
oh my god, title drop. Nioh. Interesting. Wait, I missed something a little bit at the start. So who is the main character? Unless we don't know yet anything about it. We just like, we're in a fucking prison. Before I begin my preparation for landfall, I'll leave once more through that curious book I had chanced upon. Recorded inside are the memoirs of a sailor who had once paid visit to the land of Zipangu. Precisely how this document wound up in the hold of the ship when its author clearly belonged to the crew of a different boat is beyond me, but here I am, poring over its pages all the same, and not for the first time this voyage, I may add. What fascinated me above all else were the memoirs' many accounts of Zipangu's diverse armor and weaponry. RPG element! Oh shit. Oh, choose your preferred weapon. Interesting. Sword. Attribute bonus, heart +1. Only for slashing weapon with wide attack range, it can also be used with thrusts. Well balanced weapon that's easy to use. Okay, dual sword. Ooh. Okay, skill 1, heart 1. I'm assuming heart HP. Skill, I have no idea. Body defense. I'm not choosing spear. Stamina axe. Nah. Kusari Gama. Oh shit, this weapon. Ooh, this is a very interesting weapon. Not a lot of games have this weapon. Kinda interested. Odachi. Sort of elongated blade. Just like mine. It's a little slow to swing for an attack with a wide range for... Oh, okay, it's like a strength katana. Furthermore, this sword enables its wielder to switch stance during an offensive, allowing a high degree of freedom. And tonfa. Ooh. This is the fist weapon. Shit. I don't know. I wish I can try these. Okay, question. For Kay or anyone who finished this game, does this matter, my choice in here, or does it just only matter for like the first hour, like class in Elden Ring or Dark Souls game? Because I want to try any of this weapon, not gonna lie. No, okay. So I guess it's only affect like the first 1 hour or two until I found another weapons that I like. I'm gonna try Kusari Gama because it looks kind of dope. Sword, I mean katana is like, you know, it's everywhere. So I'm just gonna try this interesting weapon. The sailor from the memoir seems to have spent quite some time in Zipangu, succeeded in keeping the company of samurai. He writes in detail of establishment in Zipangu called dojo, where people, including samurai, congregate for instruction in martial disciplines. Just reading a sailor's vivid accounts, I feel as though I am there in the flesh, watching these warriors they train. This is where you... Samurai is a master of many armaments and train for combat in every imaginable scenario. If I were to use another weapon, which one would I choose? Okay, interesting. Alright, so... Okay, what? I mean... This is another dex type of weapon. I think I'll take this sword. The memoir also asserts that samurai are knowledgeable in martial arts. First, they know which fighting stance to use in each situation, high, mid, or low. Second, after each attack, they ready themselves for their next strike by focusing their ki, or inner energy. Third, once their ki is ready, the samurai can use purification techniques to read their surrounding of malevolence. I know not how to explain it, but I feel as though I have some innate ability to grasp all the concept and have experimented many times with each technique. Oh my god, the memory started Zipango is exactly how I figured I'd I can only imagine better as I could cast my gaze to the shore. I'm struck by the sunshine of some mystical blah blah blah. And it's sours. I'll pull out the memoir once more, blah blah, Guardian Spirit best match force I'm sensing. Oh, Guardian Spirit. Kato, a doggo. A wolf, Guardian Spirit of Fire Elemental. Strength of the attacking power to thus in its protection. Isonade, a shark, Guardian Spirit of Water, amplifies ability as protection to sense enemies. Huh. Daiba Washi, a hawk, Guardian Spirit of Wind Element, increases evasive ability for this in protection. Okay, so damage, defense, I'm assuming, and dash. Where's Cat? I mean, I kind of want to choose this, but I feel like Kato would be much more beneficial. No Cat, disappointed, true. Which one should I choose, chat? Right, you use OBS? A streamer I know cannot use his mic? Oh god, there's so many things that can be a possibility of why you cannot use the mic. But yeah, I am using OBS. Fuck it. Daibawashi. Oh, you can still change. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna choose the first one as oh, I cannot. Okay, I want to swap it. Hold up. I don't know why, but I just feel like the order would be better this way. Alright, let's just go with this. Attribute bonus, hard one, dexterity, and skill. Okay. If you're a first time player, recommend playing the tutorial. You know what? Sure. Let's not be a smartass here. This game is very different from the Souls. It does have a Souls-like essence, but it's pretty much its own game, which is really good. There are tons of spirits, and yes, there are cats. That's just your starter, like Pokemon. True, actually, I was about to say that. I was like, it's like choosing fucking Pokemon starter. The cat starter means cat is superior then. True. Oh shit! I'm in dojo! I feel like I'm a weeb. With this look, I feel like I'm Geralt from Witcher, but like, instead of traversing as the Witcher, he just went to Japan because he liked katana. I want to be a samurai. Moshi Moshi Ohio! Senpai, I am here! Oh shit, what the fuck? You may proceed to the next tutorial. Okay. Oh. Is this? Quick attack, strong attack, quick, fast, doesn't consume much ki, light damage, blah blah blah. If you reach 0, you're not able to attack until it recovers. Play movie. Okay, I will just do it, dude. Oh Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck? All right. Some fucking ninja. Lock on. Okay, it's very basic Dark Souls shit. Okay. Don't wanna. Oh, I just killed him. Stop harassing William. Oh, that's his name? I didn't even remember his name. I mean, can you blame me? Kinda have the same hairstyle as Gerald. Oh! Okay, guard and dodge. Attack me. Okay, okay. I was not ready. Ooh, I'm not a big fan of the sound effects, but it's okay. High stance, mid stance, the fuck? High stance is attack power, allows powerful technique. Mid stance a good defense. They'll have wide range of technique and is easy to use. Low stance good for dodging. So it doesn't consume much ki and also maintain as much cards you. What the fuck? Interesting. Oh Jesus. Okay. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, this is the one that we were using. And then low stance. Okay, low stance is kind of faster. And then circle is just unwilled. Interesting. Huh. Low stance. Okay. Pretty neat mechanics. I wonder how it's gonna help me throughout the game. Do I gotta keep switching, or do I just gonna find which one is my favorite? Ki pulse. RB with blue lights gather around you after an attack. A ki pulse recovers your ki. The amount of fair is based on your timing. The maximum amount is determined by your ki gauge. RB when gather after an attack. What? What? Okay, that's very weird. Interesting. Oh, the timing is going to be very interesting. Okay. Okay, it kind of rewards. Oh, interesting. Oh, this got to be very weird. When you finish your combo, you should do that so your stamina recovers properly. Oh, okay. It's got to be a muscle memory to learn. Gotta get used to. Yokai Realm and Purification. Yokai Realm, another world born from the yokai. When you are in the yokai realm, your ki recovery speed is greatly reduced. Conversely, the power of the yokai themselves are enhanced there. Purify recover the maximum amount of ki from successful ki pulse in the yokai realm. So it cleanses the development of the yokai realm from your person, restoring you to normal. I don't quite understand. Okay. Yokai Realm is this. Oh, okay. When you only in this inside of this. Okay, interesting. Oh, that's very. Oh, okay, it really punishes when you're inside here. Interesting. Ah, pretty cool. It purifies. Wait, how long am I supposed to do this? Purify. Am I not doing it right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Do the damn key recovery? Wait, am I not doing it right? I thought I just did. Like, bam. Isn't that not key recovery? Okay, then I kind of skipped the tutorial then. What do I do after you press R1? Wait. Key pulse. Would the blue light gather you after an attack? Yeah. Okay, key restoration is what? Key blah blah blah. Huh. This key recovery though. Activate when you successfully execute a key pulse. Yeah, that one, right? Okay, hold up. Okay, I should have watched the movie. I thought I executed it well. Just pressing it after the combo, and you have to wait a little bit, time it well. Use the light to know when. Oh! Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. So you can kinda replenish your thing when you do it too early, but when you do it perfectly. Oh, okay. I've been doing it too early. Okay, that's when you do it right. Oh, that's very tricky. Oh, that's very tricky. Okay. Kind of cool, though. Okay. Wooden axe? Is this actually a thing? It's kind of dope. Change range weapon. I don't have any right now, but... I'm assuming you only want to use the key recovery when you're fighting a yokai. You gotta wait for the ring. When the ring forms around your body, you're good. Yeah. Oh, that's very, very weird. Not a big fan, but probably just gotta get used to it. Shooting. Oh, God. It's not gonna be that essential, right? Okay. Alright. Range weapon. Tanegashima matchlock. Oh my god, it's a fucking rifle. Okay. But fucking do a 360 headshot on some bitches. Oh shit. Oh. Oh, my dude just rolled it. Oh god. Controller aim. This is my weakness. Okay. You use key recovery always because there's a way to recover stamina in combat. Key equals stamina. Okay, yeah, I know. Always use when you can also. You get a little damage buff when making a good key pulse. Interesting. Okay. I don't see how you want to use... I guess that's why I went on the tutorial earlier, on the intro. I feel like I got punished a lot with the... just fighting some brute guy. I guess because I was not using the key recovery. Oh my god. Interesting. Whoa, what is that? Okay. Oh, this is exciting. This is not just some straight up Souls clone. This is its own shit. I like it. Okay, this is the ult living weapon. When guard, blah, blah, press BY. Guard spirit skill. When living, press active, press BY again. Ooh, flashy animation. Oh, it's kind of dope. Gee. Okay. I'm using it on my axe. Alright. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Okay, end tutorial. Holy shit. Okay, so many new mechanics. Exciting. It's not just straight up basic Souls-like, said something. Okay, so now you just want me... I mean... whatever. Okay. Let's use the doggo for now. The dinghies have been readied for us to make landfall. For all I have reached in this country, nothing can truly prepare me for what now lies ahead. I put the memoir down and lift my cabin. Oh shit. It's no DS, it's a Diablo loot plus Ninja Gaiden battles. Yeah, I do have that Ninja Gaiden vibe going on. I mean, it's obviously Team Ninja. But it does have the Souls-like element, like, you know, essential stamina management with your combo and dodging. And it will punish you severely for not doing it properly. Oh, the VA is multilingual based on their thing. Interesting. Skill point obtained. Alright. Ooh, this is new. Okay, leveling up. I don't have enough Amrita. Change Guardian Spirit. Okay, you can... Oh, okay, I gotcha. Start with 1. Make Offering? What does Make Offering do? Amrita Earn. Did I just... I didn't read the description. I just depleted... Wait! I just fucking... Wait! Wait, what the fuck? What's... Oh, DLC item, okay. Summon Visitor? Ochoko Cup to summon a visitor. This is a... Okay. NPC. Holy shit, it's a fucking... Dude, I just redeemed my only weapon. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, let's not use that. I'm just gonna start the game as if like it's a normal game. Okay, okay. God damn it. Fuck. What did I do? It's not a rare weapon, isn't it? God damn it. Item from Amrita sometimes presents like elixir. Okay, hold up. Let's level up. Might as well then. Okay. Life, samurai skill points, poison, okay. Okay, interesting. Stamina +2. Stamina increased life instead of key? Oh, equipment weight max, okay. Samurai skill point. Strength, alright. Key pulse. Skill. Heavier weapon. Weapon mainly affected access Odachi. Dual sword Tonfa guns. Kusarigama. Huh. Oh, Mew magic? Spear. Okay. I see. It's very interesting. Let's increase our key first. Still not too familiar with which one should I do, but I guess we'll learn along the way. Key plus this thing better learn early, so it's an automatic reflex later on. You can also learn the timing pretty easy by watching Samurai bar 1 watch it attack fast. Bar reaches the end, you make a pose or go one, you make the pose early, it helps a bit, but Samurai but does not get rid of Yokai Realm. If you're to later reset a fast bar and regenerate just on normal rate. Ooh, interesting. Well, okay, I'm just gonna fucking beat you to death. Because I do not have my fucking sword. I'm a dumbass. Shit! This is kinda awkward. Oh, you're on a stamina. Oh my god. Okay, this is kinda dumb, dude. Shit! Fuck. Oh shit, it's actually dying. No! Okay. Oh my god. No! Oh my god! Dude, what have I done? Oh my god. It's fucking replenish. This is very awkward, dude. No, it doesn't drop his weapon. Fuck. Oh my god, we still only have our fist. What do we do? What did I fucking redeem my fucking weapon? I didn't know that's for that. What is this? Bloody Grave. Fight Revenant. Isuke the Brick. Oh. Interesting. It's kind of like fighting an invader in Souls. NPC invader. Oh shit. Yeah! Oh fuck. Ah shit, okay. Sorry, if you can just let me maybe have a weapon here? Nope. Did I just accidentally start a fist-only run? This is so fucking... Well, they're a skill for combat with a weapon, but they're pretty niche. Hope for a loot drop weapon, pretty common. Yeah. Alright. Okay, let me change my armor. Ew, okay. Oh, there's two of them. Ah, shit. This is not good. Yo, 1v1, please. Woo. All right. I'm getting used to this. Thank God they're pretty slow. Oh, weapon! Let's go! Alright, we got it. No more fisting. Fisting is 300 bucks. Oh, what are you? Alright. Oh, hello. Wait, what do I do with this, guys? Oh, I scared him. Oh, bye-bye. I'm assuming I send him to a shrine. I don't know for what. But I think for a good reason. Okay, let's fight this guy. I'm curious. I'm assuming it's a pretty fucking big deal. But let's give it a go. Oh shit. Hello. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, okay. Oh Jesus, alright. Underestimated. Okay, I forgot about the fucking key. Okay. Not bad. What did I get? Just some shitty armor? Or even okay. I mean, alright, sure. What the fuck? I thought I would get his weapon or some shit. Alright, I'll take it. Oh yeah, stance. I wonder how am I gonna play with this stance. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, there's more. Zipangu. Wait, are those the icon item thingy? Is that like a chance of the drop from this guy? I'm assuming. Oh. I guess you cannot backstab in this game. Alright. Oh, Kusarigama! That's what we need. Alright, let's give it a try. Ooh. Kind of an AoE item. Alright, let's test it out on this guy. Oh, it doesn't do a lot of damage. Oh shit, that's awkward. I forgot about the key recovery. Oh god, oh jeez, okay. Okay, it's not, doesn't deal too much damage. Tamahagane. A purple spear. 80. Okay, I'm gonna put it on the second slot. Sacred water. It speed up your key recovery for a short. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. for now. Everyone have a chance to drop anywhere from 1 to all their items. Oh, okay. Oh my god! Jesus fucking Christ, that scared me. What the fuck? Oh. Okay. Interesting. I forgot the weapons have the different stances. Use Kusa on high stance? Let me try. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Alright. Okay, let's give it a try. I need some healing item though. Foot soldier spear. Izai. Budget Kratos. Okay, dude. Woohoo! Oh, stamina, stamina, stamina! I'm dumb, I'm dumb. No! Fuck. Wait, I cannot move. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. The key recovery is gotta be so fucking weird to learn. Okay. Zero death. Okay, nice miss. Ooh, it's so weird. It's gonna take a while until I get used to this. Okay. What the fuck? I just impaled him. I mean, decapitated him. Alright, cool. Oh shit! I forgot about you. Oh, this is not good. Alright. I forgot about the fucking guy in the fucking shack. Ugh. Okay, this weapon's really hard to learn. The distance kinda interesting. Alright. Yeah, I forgot about using block as well. Okay, blocking completely hold your stamina. Oh my god. The poise. Alright, come at me, bitch. Keep forgetting about the fucking... Oh, that's weird. Okay. Low stands good for like 1-2-1. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Alright. I'm getting used to it. Need healing really fucking bad though. Cause I'm about to die. Oh, hello. Spirit Stone. What's that? Okay, I got a new gun. Okay. Nope. Say me. Okay. Oh, Spirit Stone. Okay, forgot about that. Yeah, running out of keys is very punishable. Ooh. Ah, I forgot about key. Oh shit. Oh boy. What is a tonfa? Oh, is it the fucking dual fucking stick thingy? Oh shit, wait. The animation. Ooh, wait, what the fuck? I like this. Ooh, wait, I actually like this. Taro the Brave. Ryonosuke the Loud. Why is he loud? Okay. There's two of them, three. God damn it. Alright. Dude, we need to find a fucking checkpoint. It's getting a little bit too fucking... Oh my god. Okay, I found my favorite weapon now. I love this. Alright. Elden Ring, we use claw. In this game, we use fucking dual stick. Shit. We're back to fucking close range weapon again, chat. Oh my god. Bro. Okay. That's sexy. Maybe, bitch. Alright, maybe not. Oh no. There's two of them! I thought that was the same. He wasn't here last time? God damn it. Wait, what is that? What just happened? Alright. Stamina. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Wait, hold up. Let me try something. Okay. Ooh, okay. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, there's so many type of combos then for one weapon. I like it, I like it. Ah, shit. Alright. Oh my god, wait, okay. That's one thing about this game. Does this game have iframes when you do the dodge? I don't know if that's a thing. It's gonna be very determinate about this game. Shit, I'm a low. Okay. Oh, dude, I'm so fucking low. Shit, I forgot about the recovery. so good. Okay. Do I not have anything to heal me? Oh. Alright, cool. You bitch ass. Come here. Oh my god, 3 of them. 4! Okay, okay. Alright. Everyone chill. Oh, what the fuck just happened? Oh god. Oh! Okay! This guy just fucked me up. Oh my fucking god. Dude, why every fucking CSS and HTML tutorial has to be 1 or 2 hours long? Why? I don't know, man. That's why for coding I always prefer written tutorial rather than video tutorial. Video tutorial for programming so always sucks. You have even more to unlock in the weapon art skill trees, but best to decide on one for start for that. Ah, I see. I still need to get used to the key recovery. It's very weird for me right now. Wait, I didn't come here earlier. Oh, it just reminded me to do the key recovery. Thank you, I actually need that. Okay. Oh yeah, fuck. I need to pick up my dog. Oh shit. Oh, arrow. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, chill out, man. Hold up. Oh shit, fat rolling. Okay, fucker. Okay, hold up. Let's get rid of the Uchigatana and use the Tonfa accessory. Defensive multiplier. Interesting. The talisman. It's like a pattern made from ground up sword sharpening stone. Temporarily raise familiarity. Ah, okay. Hold up, let me kill the fucking archer first. Oh shit, it's a long path. Hello. God damn it. Gochida! Should probably heal. Oh wait, where's the fuck is my weapon? Hello. Bitches. Oh shit, my stamina. Just keep forgetting to use the key recovery. Since he has an editor, it's not much of his 1-2 hours should have pretty much stuff in it, I guess. True. Holy shit, fat rolling right now. Hey, the damage number, the hardcore mobile game vibes? I honestly see through it after a while. Like, I didn't notice it again anymore after a bit. I do know that you probably notice it a lot more. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, it's yokai. Oh, that's awkward. Oh shit. Okay. Oh my god. Wait, what? What is that? What the fuck? It didn't damage me? Oh, it's a poison. Alright, that's great. Well, that's great. Okay, it doesn't last that long. Alright. Goodbye. Oh. Oh, he's going around. Shit. I was about to use my fucking antidote first, man. Okay, chill. Okay, alright. Okay. Alright. Oh my god. Okay, this is very... Okay, I gotta use the high stance. Shit. Fuck. Okay, this dude testing me. My key recovery bullshit. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, that was really weird. I can only hit him with a high stance to keep crouching. Interesting. Oh, it's back to the start, but with weapon. I mean, with item. Let me fight this guy. I died here. Oh, it's multiplayer. Oh my god. Hello. Oh my god. Dude got voice. What the fuck? Okay, I cannot stagger him as much. There we go. Ew. What do we have here? Oh, range weapon. Okay. Kabuto. Shiri. Kote. Better. Suneata. Better. Alright, cool. Early, you know what damage you do, what the enemies do, and what time it is, or just normal and low resistance EDC. What should they have done different? Saints Flow. I feel like it's just because if you oh fuck, there's a ladder for I'm a dumbass. Is this connected to the starting area? What the fuck? You just did a flip to climb the ladder. I'm in descent. Oh, it does. Oh! Big deal. The ability to receive Kodama Blessing has been unlocked. Kodama Blessing? It's like the kind of blessing you receive from Kodama. Warrior Blessing. Increase armor drop rate. Gold required. I mean, sure. Oh, release current Kodama Blessing Blunt. Oh, interesting. It's like increased luck. Okay, do you want to call back? Call in the spirit will eliminate the grave and obtain Amrita. Okay, no. Let me take it back myself then. Does low stance on Tonfa not hit? Nah. Then again, I didn't try it, actually. Ah, fucked it. Keep forgetting to do it. Still not getting used to it. Try to stay on green colored weight with armor to be able to at least good dodges. Green colored weight? Nani? Oh, okay, I see it. Oh, it's just fucking so far though. Shit, bruh.
Every time you want to say interesting, replace it with Omos Hero since you are in Japan.
Oh, you fucking. Ah, omoshiroi desu ne. So. You fucking weep. Holy fuck, dude, the decapitation's fucking nuts. Key recovery, Rad. Key recovery. Keep forgetting. Keep forgetting again. Okay, bro. That hurts. Oh. Alright, I didn't mean to do that. Oh shit, there's an item up there. Okay. Stick back our dogu. Come here, bitch. That's really bad. Let's not go too far. Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! It's interesting how easy it is to decapitate someone. This dude got 5 gold. This dude also got 5 gold. Sure. I need to heal first. God damn it. Alright, this dude kicks my ass. Okay, dude. Jesus Christ. Dude, I need to get used to the fucking key recovery. Okay. I'm gonna key recovery every single combo now. Not perfect, but shit, bruh. I forgot already. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, okay. Why did I miss that? There we go. Who decapitate who's? Who? Come here, bitch. bit too far. Okay, alright. Second try. Let's fucking go again. Shit! I didn't do a fucking critical. Oh my fucking god. Alright. Chill. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, this dude. What? Nice aimbot, Shroud! Shit! Fucks me up hard. Wait, I cannot attack. What the fuck? Wait. Something's wrong. Wait, what the fuck? Wait! Oh my god, I fucked up my mouse. I cannot do light attack earlier. Because I alt tapped by accident. That was scary. I thought he fucking disabled my light attack. Wait, damage bonus, less armor? Okay, I don't know about that one. Ooh. Oh shit. Looking good. Thief armor. Wait, what is this? Fucking... Oh, it's... Newest. Okay. Ability. Order by type, sort by level. Okay, I'm gonna sort it by level. It's easier to read, I think. How do we get there? Oh. What do we got here? Horoku Dama. A charm. Lightning charm. Ninjutsu power. Okay. Horoku Dama. Okay, bomb. Salt. When you use it, it costs a large amount of key damage to nearby yokai. That's interesting. Shit. Okay, we got 4K Amrita. I feel like we should go back and level up. Let's not risk it. Still learning as well. I'll get ourselves killed and lose through this 4K for no fucking reason. Ah shit, it's almost 2 AM. Let's go a little bit more until fight a boss. Okay. Sure. Just want to maximize my tonfa. I need 900, 500, 2. Okay. Alright. I don't know what's the best way to level up in this game yet, but I'm just gonna maximize that since I'm using Tonfa so far. I'm really enjoying it. Okay, so it looks like your healing ability replenish, your healing item replenish on each rest like Estus Flask does. Which is really good. Okay. Is this game as good as a Souls type game? Yes and no. I mean, good is subjective. It's more about if you really like different kind of... Holy fuck. Oh god. I feel like it's a little bit different. So if you crave for something that's new, this is it. Oh shit! What the fuck was that? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, the drop attack's fucking sick. Hold on. I did not. Oh shit! It's like a little air there. Oh, we're back here. Oh, it's just a loop. Oh, I see. Okay. Alright, it's unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, I need to use my L1 a lot more. Block. I don't use a lot of block in Dark Souls or Elden Ring either. I'm more a type that always roll everything, unfortunately, so yeah, this is gonna be a little bit... You want to block a lot more in this game. It's gonna be a little bit more challenging for me. Shit. How did I stagger him so fast there? Combat's definitely pretty fucking dope. Elden Ring turned me into an addict for this game. I wouldn't... Like, if Elden Ring is your first Souls-like game, this is completely different. Like, you don't want to compare this directly to Elden Ring. This combat pacing is a lot closer to Sekiro if you played that game. It's a lot faster, it's a lot more technical. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Okay, that's range. Oh my fuck. The high stance of Tonfu is fucking sick. You would have recovered for a title? The few title I have obtained go to title window? What the fuck? Well, level has increased. And you have received
when
prestige.
Do we get the I am Millennia, Bad LF Mikella line?
Bad. You got a typo there. Prestige point. I don't know what that is, but... Actually, one bonus entry list and replace it, you can choose another. Huh? Interesting. Extreme amount of living weapon gauge loss when you take damage. Yokai close combat. Increase close combat damage against yokai. Increase your health. Health, please. You sure want to spend... will not be asked again? Yes. Let's not do that. Yeah. Agyo... Huh? Oh, there's different. Agyo and Ungyo. Title list. Swordsman. Defeated 50. Oh. What did I get then? It says that I got a title. Oh, the gameplay record's kind of nice. I like when a game have a gameplay record. Well, that's kind of awkward. No! Okay, that's not working. Alright. It replenishes for a certain point, but when you don't have elixirs anymore, you only have 3 replenish and not more. Gotcha. Nioh's more popular than 2? It's the other way around. Nioh 1 is good, Nioh 2 is better. If I have to say, basically. At least based on a lot of people who played both. The only reason I'm playing Nioh 1 right now is this is the only one that I have in the library. So I might as well give it a try. Oh, this dude got a fucking hammer. Okay, nice fucking range rat. Oh shit, okay. They got a pretty nice AI. Oh my god. Okay, dude hits like a fucking truck. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, what the f— okay, what? Bitch. What the fuck was that? You just cancelled my fucking critical attack? Huh? Oh, toughness. Oh, fuck yeah. Wait, actually... plus 39. Yeah, I kind of need this more, but it's gonna make me yellow though. Ability? Okay, I might wanna do ability then. Okay, what if we do this instead? Whatever. Okay. Blade of your men. Okay, this one's gonna be really hard, especially with Tonfa. Okay, let me think. I think it's the right time to use items. Kayaku Dama, signpost. Place signpost where you are and compass and indicate which way do you need to go. If you power Jizubozatsu, blah blah blah. Okay. Let's try it. Oh shit, what the fuck? Okay. Oh my god, okay. I thought staggers them. Uh oh. That's not good. Alright. That works. Okay. Thank you very much. Got a new weapon. Pickaxe. Oh, it's a great axe weapon. I'm gonna stick with this. So far, I really like the combo system. It's very different. I can see why some people would, like, let's say, play Dark Souls and pick this game up and just like, ugh, about it. It is definitely like you don't really want to. I don't know. It's very technical, a lot more technical than Dark Souls. There's a yokai. Oh shit. Hello. Oh fuck. Whoa, what the fuck? God damn it. Alright. Whoa, wait. That dude was a human? Oni! What the fuck are these dialogues, Monka Giga? Ooh. Less armor. Damage bonus. Better break. Ah shit. Okay. What does break mean? Is it like chance to break the enemy armor? It does have better familiarity, so I think it's worth it to grind this. Hello, sir. What? Oh, I didn't pay attention to my stamina. But oh Jesus! The fuck, you camouflage motherfucker! Oh yeah, that's heavy as fuck. Yeah, I'm not gonna wear that. Ooh, hello. So many new shit. Kabuto. Heavy fuck. Rogue armor. New. Travel amulet. Safe travel. It is used to transfer safely back to the last shrine. Ooh, fucking twig. Scots are often okay. This could be useful, so I'm gonna use this here. I'm not gonna spam it, obviously. Okay. So like for a little more info could help. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Thank you. Oh, wait. Oh, start. It's the other way around. Shit. Increased chance of break. Okay, that's it's not really. Break means better key damage. I guess it then stagger. Okay, okay, yeah. So I was right. Key to the residence. Oh my god, what the fuck happened here? Sadly, it's not much, and still many stuff is unknown and hidden in the game. Yeah, for sure. Alright, level up time. Skill, cap it on 10 for now. Let's increase HP. Oh wait. Oh my god. 2600. Hold up. Wait, what is 100? Ah, shit, I don't have enough. Oh, shit. I barely have enough. Let's grind a little bit more. This place reeks people behind the cover. Oh. Hey, what the fuck? Hey, when did I unequip my weapon? What the fuck? Shit. I didn't realize. Oops. Alright, okay, we have enough. Boo-doo-doo-doo. I did not mean to heal. Why did I do that? Alright. Let's fuck you up one more time. Oh, Jesus! Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's a big yokai. Hold up. Let's fuck this guy up first. Ooh, 2 purple. Ichibe the Daredevil. Alright. Not much of a daredevil, aren't ya? Dude. Big boy armor, man. Okay, let's do this instead. Wait, what is that? Soul matching cost reduction? The fuck does that mean? Soul match material. Oh, okay. Let's not use heavy item. Throwing speed up. Increase attack and defense. Whispering voice. Get into Omnio Magic Guardian Spirit Talisman. Also try to stay near your Guardian Spirit level so the passive are active. Also give you longer living weapon and I think better Amrita gauge regeneration. Ooh, holy shit, so many good things. Alright, that was... I did not expect that. Oh, Jesus! Interesting. Bitch. Jesus, this guy movement. Oh god. Okay, he's pretty agile. Might wanna play with low stance. Just fuck his key up. Hello? Oh, that's... No, I did not mean to trigger him! Fuck, I'm dead. Oh shit. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Okay. Fuck. Are you kidding me, bro? Oh my god, your reach! You got insane reach, bro. Oh my god. Take this. And this. Okay. Alright. I cannot stagger him. For some reason. Maybe he's unstaggerable? Oh, I might want to use my fucking living power. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, what the fuck? Maybe that's what makes it so hard. Are you shitting me? Alright, come here, bitch. I'm ready now. What? Okay, it depletes so fast. Fuck. I'm so dead. Wait, he's burning. You good, bro? Oh shit. Okay. I did that. Fair and square, I killed that guy. I did that. Wooden hammer. Fortunate. Hote. Nah. Yokai water pot. Magic blah blah blah. Open portal when thrown. Put self-made clay harvest. Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry. This fucker. Ooh, 2 purple. Saburo the Bitter. So I'm assuming half of this Revenant are NPC and half of them are player based on their username. Kind of easy to tell, I guess. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Alright, I'm getting used to this. Shebra. Light and better? Count me the fuck in. Alright. That dude's gonna be fucking annoying. Okay, I cannot lock onto him. There's another guy over here. Here, bitch. Headshot. Oh! That's 3,000 hours in CSGO. Come here. Alright. They learn to evade. Alright. Okay, bad. Okay, cool. You mean VA? Oh, Valulran skill. VA. Huh? Oh shit! There's a surrounding interaction. That's cool. It's kind of rare. Hello. Oh, just a grunt. Oh shit. Okay. So like Alright, let's progress. Okay, I forgot I cannot jump. I'm still in Elden Ring. My brain's still in Elden Ring. Okay, drop. I'm not gonna do that. I hear dogs. Monka Giga. What the fuck is that sound? Oh, it's those guys. Eh, might as well. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright. Tamahagane.
静かにおしよう。五章だから泣かないでおくれ。
Monka Giga. Where's the boyo? Was that the boyo that I killed? Ah! Oh, this guy got shit loot. I might as well. God damn it. He did drop shitty loot. Oh my god, what the fuck? I didn't see you there. Oh my god! Okay, he just kissed me again. Bad breath. God damn it. Antidote? I do not have any antidote. Bullshit. Unlucky. Moshi mosh. There's more mini boss here. Let's clean this guy's out first. Nice dodge. Oh my god, we're both fucking missing. Okay. Oh, you can sprint on the ladder as well. Okay. Damn, this place is fucking huge. Is this actually a mini boss? Oh, it is. Alright, one tapped. Oh my god. 800 damage. Motherfucker. Alright, let's sprint through this. I don't know if this is a good idea, but fuck it. Let's give it a try. Hello. Uchida. Okay. Oh no! Oh god. Well, this is not good. Ooh, this is really not good. Okay. Alright, chill, chill, chill. Oh my god. I was so close. Well, shit. I need to get back my fucking thing. Let's not do fight unnecessary fight. Oh, you fucker. Ah, la, 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 la. Alright, what you gonna do, bitch? What the fuck? This dude hits. Oh. Oh my god. Alright, nice hit. Damn it! Dude, I keep running out of rage. What is he doing? What the fuck? Oh, that's unfortunate. Bye-bye. Oh shit. Antidote. Actually, I need that. Alright, not bad, Rat. Ooh, I'm learning. That's unfortunate timing! Oh my god, what the fuck on my life? Oh my god. Hello? Okay. Oh, shit. Ooh. Dude, why are you so hard to die? Just die already. There we go. Lightning Omamori Charm. Oh, I think we have that already. Oh, what the fuck? We got so many. Fire. We might need this more here. And poison. I'm sorry. Youngblood. 15, man. Okay. We might want to go back first and actually just keep going. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, now what? Where do we go? It's fire. Hello. Not sure where to go from here. I don't think we want to go through the fire. There's got to be a better way to do that. Let's go up there. There's probably something up there. A secret! A secret! Oh my god! Oh, we gotta throw fire here as well. Shit! Well, that's not worth it. God damn it. How do I get rid of fire? All gold. Not worth it. Okay. This game got comedy as well. Good shit. The fuck? Just fell off. Nice try, dude. I see the fucking frog there. I want that guy. I'm assuming more frogs mean more. Shit. More frogs means more. Estus flask. Okay, we cannot go back unless we TP back. Oh, never mind. Okay, of course. There you are. Johnny. Alright. With Gerald isn't doing Daijobu. Hoo-yah! Holy shit! What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. What the actual fuck? I just obliterated the demon. Alright. Oh! Hey, what? Oh. Holy shit, I just deleted him from the fucking game. Increased damage, consecutive attack D+. Nah, that's not worth it. Better longbow. Ooh. Hello. Light medium. No, never mind. This one's better. Alright. What do we got? Hold up. Camera speed's a little bit too slow for my liking. I think that's fine. Yeah. No, wrong guide. Ah, fuck, I was focusing on the further one. I was trying. God damn it. I was trying to throw into the other one. Fucking A. Oh, we need to level up, I forgot. Ah, god damn it. Ah, Jesus, fuck. Okay, alright, okay, alright, okay, okay, okay. That was really bad. Okay, nice. This one. Dude, my key recovery is so fucking bad. Oh, the demon does not respawn. Interesting. Ooh. What the fuck? Alright, let's be smart about this. Come here. Okay. Oh my god. Holy shit. Big omega damage. Damn, okay. You gotta move. Alright, son, you gotta move. He actually almost fucking killed me. Dude, every corpse that we're gonna fucking loot's gonna have their own shit. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's actually really good. Wait, this is weapon based though. Fuck, I'm Tonfa. Change your understanding of how successful key pulls increase the amount of key recovered. High and mid stance only push an enemy back, breaking their guard. Ah, holy shit, dude. I'm gonna use this though. This is real fucking good. I got 13 samurai skill point. Holy shit, okay. So many things. Hold up. Ay, fitta helvete! I need to unlock the shortcut first. Okay. Here, bitch. We got 8.5k, brother. There we go. Level up. I need more stamina, dude. You just go all out on stamina right now. It'd be a real shame if you die. It do be a real shame. It really do, huh? Alright. Alright. Oh my fuck. Alright. I like that. I like that. Picasso. God damn it, Shroud. Let's not trigger too much enemy. Jesus Christ, I like that, I like that. The fuck? He didn't notice this whole time? I see. You want to do a key recovery while switching your stands to maximize efficiency. Pretty fucking cool. This looks like a boss fight area. Moshi Moji. This does not looks fine. Oh! Big virus! Thank you for a follow, appreciate it, welcome, welcome. How you doing? I just got a weapon, but it's not there. Okay, maybe it's some shitty weapon then. Oh, Shibusawa. Wait, what the fuck? Isn't that the name of the publisher? Huh? Ko Shibusawa, right? Holy shit. Okay. Too easy. Get good. Alright. Sorry about that. Toxic. Kind of a little bit like an Easter egg, I'm assuming. Shibusawa Ko. Kind of dope, kind of dope. Oh, Jesus Christ, almost died. Hold up. Let me see if I increase the thingy thing. Should be. Oh my god. Okay, the dynamic reflection fucks up my PC. I mean, for the most part, it's still chill in 60 for better graphic as well. Alright, boss fight. I think. Alright, we're gonna chill after this, yeah? It's almost 3 AM. Oh look, he got the horn similar to the one in the title. A big boss in a tight space is gonna be fun. Okay. Okay. Big punish. Oh my god! Alright, one thing that I don't like about this game so far is the fucking stamina punishment. It renders you to immovable. Yeah, that's actually fucking fucked up, dude. That's kind of fucked up, man. It's not a bad thing, but it's a little bit too much. Hello. Hold up. Thank you.
These barbarians, they're turning into monsters.
Ow. Ah, fuck. Yeah, see? Oh my god. Alright. Can we chill? I can see shit. Oh my fucking god. Alright. Jesus Christ. Demon's Horn, what do you do with that? Clapped. Okay. Not okay. Not okay. Kokoda! I'm just gonna do. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Oh, what the fuck? Just break this thingy. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Okay, the animation throwing the bomb takes so fucking long. What the fuck? Wait, no. Get to it. Hey, what's up, demon? How you doing? Ah, shit, that's not worth it. Hello. Crocodile. Alright. Dude. It really punishes you with the fucking key recovery. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, what the fuck? I dodged that. That bullshit. I dodged that as well. Bullshit. Okay. Wait, there's no iframe in this game? Wait, hold on. Okay, huh? Oh god. What the fuck is that movement? Oh my god, what the fuck? Wait, when you dash, do you have iframes? I can barely feel it. Roll have bigger iframes, I do realize. Oh my god. Gotta dodge twice for a roll. That's interesting. Alright, bruh. Oh my god! Okay, let's learn the moveset first. I forgot about that. I like how the loading's so fast though, compared to Souls. They really don't wanna do the From Software classic "You died." Long ass fucking animation. Oh my god. Yikes. Oh my god, that moveset's so annoying. Oh my god, again? Okay, dude. I got hit by a fucking cannonball at the start of the fucking thing. More incredible, the ship is still okay after all those hits. True. Now that you think about it, yeah, that's actually reasonable. Okay, man. Still got a really interesting animation. No! I didn't mean to press that. Well, what does this do? Do I backstab him? Well, that's unfortunate. Damn, he really don't want me to stay within range. Oh! No, I got greedy! Ah, fuck, I got greedy. Welcome back, Panda. Okay, this dude animation's pretty basic so far. Okay, dude. Okay, that doesn't make sense. You guys see that? The ball... the ball landed, but because it's still tracking me, it follows me. Come on. Come on, man. That kinda dumb. The streamer will kill Onryoki first. Oh, you're also watching. Oh, okay. You're also watching someone who's doing this. The first phase is very easy. It's just that it's kind of annoying because he doesn't let you get close that much. Oh, it's not worth it. Whoa! Wrong roll. Oh my god, wrong roll again. Oh. Oh, what? Okay, that's new. Got it. Alright. I need to not get hit on the first phase. I deal so little damage though, that's what's so annoying right now. And I know it's probably because, you know, my weapon is more about the agility. But this dude also does not let you get close for too long. Okay, really? No! Greedy. Holy shit. Psh. Good. No, I didn't mean to attack again. Shit. Keep doing over a combo. No. Okay, I did too much mistakes here. No way that hits. That's kind of bullshit. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. God damn it. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! I did. Ooh. Okay, that's kind of a big deal. What the fuck? Wait a fucking minute. Shit, I have no more healing. No more mistakes gaming. Shit. Cannot play risky. Is he actually just gonna spam the ball? Alright. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was bad. That was really bad. No! Okay. Okay, it's easy now. We already figured the second phase as well. It's time to win. You know what this guy reminded me of? Asylum Demon from Dark Souls. Okay, really? Okay, okay. I want to redo. Zori doesn't count. I'm not gonna heal. Come on, bro. Oh shit! I didn't know that. Okay, what is that? What is that? Frame drops. The animation are awful. It's like Raid Shadow Legends. What the fuck do you mean? These animations are nice. Yeah. You gotta remember what year this game's from. It's not a brand new game like Elden Ring. That's really bad. No! Dude. Keep getting greedy. The first phase is really annoying because you keep doing that shit. No! Oh man. Redo. You're with the Tonfa, because low damage, you really gotta be really patient in the first phase. I cannot do long damages, so I cannot deal extra damage. I mean long combo. It's really a bit annoying, not gonna lie. Holy shit. Ooh. No! Okay, it doesn't look like he's gonna do that. I'm not gonna take any more risk. Skip. Okay, so I was about... God damn it. So annoying. Okay, out of stamina. Bro. No! Okay. Man. Fuck, okay, I tried. I tried. The first phase is so annoying, man. What if I do this? Is this worth it? Nope. Oh my god. No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Holy shit, that was too close. No way. Oh, a nice hitbox, motherfucker. What the fuck was that? Okay, what? Oh shit. What? Okay. Alright, there we go. Oh my god, dude. The back slap is so annoying. There are more deaths we will see. So I have to say the boss music is kind of really good even if it's played 2 times for me? Wait, what do you mean? Shit, I gotta end though. Let's do it 2 more times. It's already 3 AM. I would love to keep going, but... Oh my god, I misread that. win. Yeah, let me do that real quick. Hey, what's up, Bondi? How you doing? Okay, nice hitbox. Throw more? Okay, really? Okay. Let's gather the toys in the corner. Okay, okay. One more, one more. There we go. Attaboy. Long time no see indeed. How you doing, man? One more. We are. And GG. Actually, last try. Okay. Go forward. Wait, hold up. What did we get? I got... Oh! Wait, what? Why's the attack less? Oh, because I maximized the familiarity. Is this worth it? Not really. This has better break and better close combat attack. Yeah. Black Steel Edge. Goddamn. Okay. Yes. Jeech. Goddamn, goddamn. The fucking helm. Makes his chin so fucking huge.
A foreigner? Your skill against Oni is impressive.
Oh.
This is your skill with English.
Actual Japanese.
My name is Hanzo Hattori.
Oh shit! Real Hanzo?
Call me William. I'm here in pursuit of someone.
Oh shit.
An enemy perhaps? Hunting a person down in a strange land will not be easy. If you lend me your strength in fighting Oni, I will help you in return. Well then.
Oh, Nico!
Is breaking.
Wait, what? That's how we check on time? That's actually funny, what the fuck? You check on the pupil dilation. For this. Interesting. GG from the other streamer. Oh shit! Tell him GG as well. You're still fighting? Good luck. Who's the other streamer? What is this? Is this some fake Elden Ring? I'm in elbow wings. This game's called Nioh. It's a completely different game by a completely different developer, Team Ninja. Welcome, Nioh. Thank you, thank you. Are you gonna play some puzzle game like how you play When I Come? We'll see. I don't really play, you know, when...
天下人であった太閤秀吉様が亡くなり、この国では今、二人の侍が歯を競っており、一人は秀吉様を継いだ石田三成。
Oh shit.
もう一人は我が主君、徳川家康様。わしは家康様から西国大名たちの調略を任され、この九州へ参ったのだ。ウィリアム、近頃巷には地味猛量が出没し、大名たちは手を焼いておる。
I kind of want to try other weapon. Let's not restrict ourselves to one weapon.
案ずるな。あやかし騒ぎを追えば、お主の仇も現れよう。まずは家康様に近しい隣国豊前の官兵衛殿のもとに参ろう。
Huh? So much for that foreign merchant I've been tracking. I was hoping to capture him and use him as a bargaining chip, but he's dead now. One reaps what they sow. Alright. You acquire a Himorogi fragment. If you're one using during a mission, you will lose all Amrita. However, they can be retrieved by canceling mission. Huh? Okay. Mission basic action control has been added to the dojo. Which implied action control. It's the way of the ninja. Blessed village. Oh, I see. Oh, this is interesting. So the hub is gonna be this map section. Interesting. Main mission. Submission. Oh, okay. It's like a stage base hub. Blacksmith. Oh, okay. What the fuck? Over smithing techs. Interesting. Oh, we gotta try to duel. Wood. Shit. Different game, masochist pain. Exactly. I mean, you know me. I'm a Souls fanatic, so this is just like welcome home kind of shit. Fujin helmet. Well, let's not use that. It's too heavy anyway. Soul match. What the fuck is that? Please select equipment. Interesting. I'm assuming sacrificing the other armor to improve the other one. Item refashion. Wait! Oh my god! They have fucking... What's it called again? Shit, I forgot the word for this in MMO. That's really cool. They appreciate fashion. Nice. Reforge. I'm assuming Reforge is for... Oh, special effect. Disassemble a piece of equipment to basic material. Damn, okay, the RPG element is pretty intense. Okay. This forge belongs to a sort of Muramasa, my grandfather. Fortunately, I don't know where he is. Muramasa is his grandfather, holy shit. Alright, cool. Tori Gate. Yokai realm with a companion. Cooperate with another player to complete a mission. Then cooperate with other players. Huh? Wait, this one invites friends, and then this is just a random? Oh, interesting. Okay, this one's where you wanna... Okay. Interesting. Okay. Storehouse. Stone. My dude looks so fucking dumb. His outfit's all over the place. I love it. Let's go. Alright, chat. Oh, let's level up. I'm gonna chill out here. It's getting pretty late. Goddamn. Oh fuck, dude. Stamina is not for key. I'm dumb. Affect life and how much weight you can carry. Sure, level up this for more stamina. Okay. Kato. Kodama Blessing. Oracle Blessing. Oh. Increase the amount of Amrita acquired. Armor drop rate. Elixir drop rate. Elixir drop rate. Alright. Gonna chill out here, people. How do I exit the game? It's high risk, high reward Twilight mission. Enemies are stronger, but you also have a chance to obtain strong weapon equipment you can all pull when Twilight comes. What the fuck? Interesting. Oh, doing the same area for harder difficulty. Noted. Amount of health restored by elixirs. It's always good. Living weapons. Ah. Yokai close combat damage. Amrita Urn versus Yokai Realm. Sure. Receive elemental attack damage. Ah, key user. Nice. Alright, damn. I want to keep going, but the time says otherwise, chat, so we gotta continue this tomorrow, though. I really want to keep going, not gonna lie. It's really fun so far. Oh, he is Irish. I was like, wait, there's an Irish accent going on. That's cool. How's it going? Pretty fucking fun, not gonna lie. I'm actually really enjoying this. Just defeat the first area. I forget what his name is. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, I forgot. Sold his only sword and died to the first enemy but beaten first boss. Yeah. I did the fucking... What is it? The fucking... make offering. I didn't read what the make offering did. I redeemed the only weapon, so I killed the first 3 couple enemies with fist. Because they didn't drop any weapon. It was pretty interesting. I'm still getting used to the key recovery mechanic. It's not really... It's something that I'm not really used to because you gotta press R1 after each combo. It's a little bit interesting, but I find it easier to do it by basically every one combo I switch stands, and while switching stands I do key recovery. So I guess that's the flow that the games want you to do, which is switching stands often after every combo, or to make the combo last longer within your key recovery as well. But not necessarily. I'm still figuring that out, but yeah. Pretty cool. He killed CBT, man. I like more a simple key pulls. What do you mean? Actually, hold up. Let me jump to Dojo real quick. Huh? What is this? Okay, might as well. I want to try something. You mean like just doing a key pulse is like the one that is not key recovery? Key recovery is the one that you have to time the circle, right? Key pulse is the one where just like this key pulse, right? Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I see. Okay, I see how it works now. Oh, okay. Looking at the stamina bar makes it easier. Might not be, but yeah, okay. So the stamina bar is a better gauge to look at rather than the fucking circle. But I'm gonna risk myself looking at the corner rather than the boss. Interesting. Fame Ninja Locks? Locks of hair can be used to obtain various type of skill point. Okay, what does that mean? Learn skill? Eh? Locks of hair? To level up ninja? How do you do that? Eat the hair? What the fuck? It's a real hair? Oh, okay. I was like, what? I'm gonna eat the hair? Okay. Oh, ninja. There's a specific one for ninja. Gotcha. Okay. You can ready ninjutsu and omyo magic skills at a shrine and assign them shortcut-like items. Oh, ready jutsu. Shuriken. I got 7. Shuriken are basic throwing weapon for ninja. Blinding shall allow you to ready the explode and throw and setting cloud particle. Effective of them will render an ability to shoot and throw his weapon or just the system. Oh, okay. We'll do Shuriken. Hey, Nani? Set a shortcut. Ah. I'm gonna set it here. Oh, okay. Alright, cool. Oh god. Alright, let's use it. Oh god. Hello? Oh god! Wait, what? Oh shit. Arrow. God damn it. Oh my god, still pressing R1. Oh god. Soremade. Okay. Cool. It's good to, I guess, trigger enemy. One by one, or some shit like that. Or just like, when they're low health. Cool. Ninja goes with Dex, if I'm not wrong. They're a nice passive skill and a lot of skill trees. So try to check them when you have time. So to level it up in the trees, you just use the skill, item, or whatever related. Oh shit. I got a lot of fucking outfit. Wait, no, not level up. Oh, you can only level up your skills in the fucking... in-game. I see. Got another hair. Oh, actually, never mind. I have 18! Fuck. I think before I dwell deep into this, like, sure, I like Tonfa so far the best. But other than Kusarigama, I still need to spend more time with the other weapon to really see which one that I like more. I haven't tried dual sword, I haven't tried axe, Odachi as well. But for Tonfa, Wild Lions? LBXX. Changing the understand the successful key pulse increase the amount of key recovered. Fuck yeah. Push enemy back, breaking their guard. Oh, that's also really fucking good. High stance only activate when you recover full key from a key pulse. Increase the damage caused by your next attack. Okay, this is all just like passive. It's just really good. Low stance only aim at a kick at enemy feet. Hey, Nani? Oh, okay, I see. Oh. Okay. So this one is if I want to do critical attack. This one's for breaking guard. Gotcha. Unleashes a powerful strike. Interesting. There are movies here, actually. You can check it out. Ooh, a sweeping attack. I like that. Okay, that's fucking sick, though. Alright. Okay. Oh, it's like a jumping attack. That's cool. Increasing your damage when using Tonfa in proportion to how light your equipment is? Yo! What the fuck? Okay, I'm capped here though. Okay, might as well. Okay, I think this is all. I guess next time we play this, we're gonna let's try more weapons. See what's up. Ah, yo, what the fuck? Okay, this game really go hard with the fucking customization for the combat. Interesting. It's kind of sick. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Okay. Think we're chilling here, though. Skill can be under secondary quests or other hidden stuff. I love it. I wish you could do that in a DS rather than weapon arts. Yeah, I see what you mean. I feel like for weapon arts or Ash of War, I guess, they're just trying to make the game less about of a combo and more of a, you know, L2 and do something about. Like, if you really think about it, Elden Ring really focuses more on the combat's very simplified. Like, it's not complex, because, you know, they're focusing more on a flashy side of things. You know what I mean? Well, Nioh so far, at least, in the how many hours? 3 hours? 3 hours in, they really go hard with what do you call it? Like very combo based combat, which is I'm not really used to. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very used to the very simple, you know, light heavy attack of the Dark Souls stuff. So this is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be new stuff. I like it. I like it. Pretty dope, pretty dope. I'm enjoying it though. They're really insane combats. I know. I can't wait, honestly, I can't wait. Can't wait to try more. Boop, boop. I accidentally closed Steam. God damn it. Oh, no, no. Alright then, Chatterino. That is all for today though. And a chilly out here, people. That was fun, that was fun. I'm glad I decided to pick up Nioh. Obviously, Nioh 2 is eventually what we're gonna play, but I'm gonna enjoy myself with Nioh 1. Might as well. I see a lot of people as well in the, like, I browse around, that a lot of people think Nioh 1 is still worth the try. Just that if you haven't played Nioh 2, might as well try Nioh 1, because Nioh 2 is just overall a better game in every way. It's like an improvement for Nioh 1, which is good. So yeah, man. It's gonna be more excited to play the second one. God damn. But that is all for now for today. GG's people, GG's all around. Thank you guys all for watching. Pretty fucking cool. Pretty fun stream today. We did Nioh. Pretty nice. For 3 hours or so. Next stream, definitely gonna put more hours into this. Gonna be fun, Something that can quench my thirst after finishing Elden Ring. I like it. Picasso. We also did a pretty decent art at the start. It was nothing, but did a pretty clean line arts. Check it out on Twitter, by the way, chat. If you haven't, follow me on Twitter. Twitter.com/raddtrap, by the way. Wing, nudge. Boop, boop. Nioh 1 is pretty solid and good game, and then Nioh 2 is even better after. Exactly. I actually have Nioh 1 in my library sitting for like, what, I don't know, 2 years? I think I remember I picked it up after I finished Dark Souls 3 or Sekiro. I forgot. I was like, my friend was like, yo, if you want more, you definitely should try Nioh. This is at when the time Nioh 2 was not on Steam yet. So, yeah. Might as well. Also, thank you, Navoris, for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. By the way, Black Knife just didn't kill, drops her ashes to summon, and she's insanely good. Huh? Didn't kill, drops her ashes to summon. Oh! Yeah, I know what you mean. It's fine. Best summon is myself. Mimic. I'm the best summon. Dung Eat is just insane, can solo any boss. Oh shit. But I'm not sure I want to be in the special friends club. What do you mean? We're all special here, raddtrap dang. Everyone likes to be special. Feels dang man. Alright. Oh shit, sorry. Dung Eater is good but doesn't dodge much damage. Dude's fucking tanky as shit, probably. That's why. Which is, you know, yeah, probably not a good one for Malenia, but I feel like tanking is pretty good for pretty much every boss. Rather than get staggered, they would tank everything kind of shit, right? Alright, anyway, chat. Thank you guys all for watching. Oh, wait, before I forgot, gotta thank motherfucking Jennifer, which is probably already asleep, with the resub 13 months. Goddamn, just a little bit over a year. Thank you. Onsen with the whopping 40 fucking months. What the fuck? 40 months. Resub. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Long time support. What the fuck? It still baffles me every time I read that. Thank you. Much love. And Anonymous with a gifted sub to Yua. Thank you. Lucas with 2 gifted sub. I forgot to who earlier. My fucking UI is broken. But thank you so much for 2 gifted sub. You guys are too nice. Like, legit, like, what the fuck, man? Really, thank you. Appreciate it, much love. And also, thank you, Big Virus Novoras, for the follow in the Nioh stream. I know you guys probably click on this stream because of the Nioh. I'm a little variety streamer, but I'm a huge Souls nerd. Dark Souls 1 is one of my favorite game of all time, so if you're really into like Souls related and stuff like that, welcome. But yeah, variety art streamer, check it out. And yeah, that's all. Bada bing, bada boom. Thank you guys all for watching. As you guys know, tomorrow I will not be here. I'll be back on Friday. But if I'm gonna stream tomorrow, I'll let you guys know anyway on Discord and Twitter. That's why make sure to follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/raddtrap, and also join the Discord in the panel down below, or you can type in !Discord in the chat to get an invitation link to the Trap House channel and hang out with the peeps off stream. And I think that is all. Thank you guys all for watching. I want to rate Rodam is doing another 24-hour stream. What is wrong with him? What the fuck? Was he doing so many 24-hour stream? Jesus Christ. okay, I guess. Oh, also, if you guys have SoundCloud, which is not a lot of people do, I'm gonna upload a new song soon. I'm doing a little new recording here and there. I posted a teaser on Twitter if you guys want to check it out, if you guys are interested in that at all. If not, that's okay, but I'm on SoundCloud, raddtrap on SoundCloud, soundcloud.com/raddtrap. Check it out, check it out. And follow the channel. If you're here in the chat watching, but you haven't followed, click that follow button in the bottom right corner. It's free. Why the hell not? You haven't clicked the channel like fucking people who just follow the channel, you know? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. But other than that, once again, thank you guys all for watching. I'm peace out now. We gonna fucking rate Rodamus. I pressed like twice. That's right, that's right. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's raid Rodamus. Dude's doing 16th 24 hours. So, you know, let's support him. Let's send him some of the schmoll rate. Let them know that the schmoll rate is coming to town. Bam. As usual, if you're a sub, spam the schmoll rate in their chat. Let them know the schmoll rate is coming. But if you're not a sub, that is totally fine. You can spam whatever you want, but the point is share love to them as you guys share love with me today. Okay? Okay, everyone who followed and subbed and gifted something to the channel today. Thank you once again. Much love, Retro Page. So much. Thank you much. And as always, I'll see you guys on the next one. Take it easy. Drink a lot of water. Eat a lot of fruits and veggies. Alright? Don't fucking skip those. Exercise. Alright? Fucking brush your teeth on all that shit. Drink coffee moderately or tea if you're the type of guy. Stay healthy because I want to see you guys on the next one. Alright? Stay safe, chat. Take it easy. Much love. Take care. And yeah. I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out. Johnny. Spam the schmoll rate. Let them know. The schmoll rate is coming. Ah. Drink your teeth away. What? Okay, look. I'm just gonna. Okay, spam it. Okay, spam it. Schmoll rate. God damn it. What the fuck? Bye bye.